Final Fantasy X is one of the most emotional games I've ever experienced. No game has quite been able to move me in the same ways ever since. There is something truly powerful about the way Final Fantasy X presents its themes, story, and characters. It's the way Final Fantasy X builds its world and masterfully blends its characters into its narrative that allows it to pack such a powerful punch in the gut. Final Fantasy X is not only the best entry in the Final Fantasy franchise, it's one of the greatest video games ever made. From its exploration of the pitfalls of organized religion and blindly following an ideology, to the use of Gnostic teachings interwoven deep into its narrative, it's a journey of self-reflection, self-discovery, and a story meant to make us truly question what we perceive to be true. There are no shortages of themes to explore in Final Fantasy X. Final Fantasy X wasn't just sugar and rainbows though. It was considered by many to be the last great Final Fantasy game, and really would be the last time Square Enix caught lightning in a bottle. It was the last hurrah for the turn-based style of Final Fantasy, as the series abandoned it after Final Fantasy X, at least in the main line, and never looked back. It's crazy to me how well received Final Fantasy X was from a gameplay standpoint, and how willing they were to abandon this formula that worked. I began to realize during this playthrough how special Final Fantasy X really was. It amazes me that after 16 years and multiple playthroughs later, Final Fantasy X still has the unique ability to be able to move me in the same ways as it did back when I first played it all those years ago. If you find this video useful, consider hitting the subscribe button, giving the video a like, and joining me on a pilgrimage across Spira as we uncover her dark secrets in our Final Fantasy X retrospective.
Listen to my story. This may be our last chance.
Real quick before we get started, if you are new to my retrospectives, they can get kinda lengthy. So for your convenience, I've included chapters down below you can select. This goes without saying, but spoilers are on the table for all things Final Fantasy X, as this is an analysis of its story and what it's trying to convey. Final Fantasy X began development after Final Fantasy VIII. Many of the key developers would move on to work on Final Fantasy X. Development began in 1999. Yoshinori Kitase would once again serve as the game's director, marking the fourth entry in the series as director. Hironobu Sakaguchi was assigned as executive producer, and from what I could tell, he had little involvement in this title. This would make sense, because Sakaguchi at the time would be in Hawaii working on Final Fantasy IX and the Spirits Within. The script was worked on by 4 different people. Kazushige Nojima would return as scenario writer and creator of much of the lore and world Final Fantasy X builds. Nojima had assistance from Daisuke Watanabe, Motomo Toriyama, and Yoshinori Kitase. Initially, Final Fantasy X started out as a project called 17. The script had a world in which an epidemic would kill people at the age of 17. The original concept of the 2 main characters, which became Tidus and Yuna, would see them making their way across the world on a pilgrimage to find a cure for this mysterious disease. Little is known about this title, as we've only gotten snippets of translation from the Ultimania. The idea of the government spearheaded by the church was also a concept of 17, though they were more of a humanitarian group than an actual religion. Tidus was originally planned to be a plumber instead of an all-star blitz player. A lot of these early concepts were scrapped, and remnants can be seen throughout the game, but getting into them and what was left over would spoil the game, so we're not going to talk about these events just yet. Kitase decided early on what his idea for the art direction would be, or more of the setting it would fit in. He felt going back to a medieval style wouldn't help the development team innovate or push the series forward. He had also heard many complaints about the medieval setting and futuristic setting the Final Fantasy games had used up until this point. It was actually the suggestion of Kazushige Nojima to go with an Asian-inspired fantasy setting for Final Fantasy X, to show video games could tell a fantasy setting outside of medieval castles and swords. Much of the Polynesian culture can be seen throughout. A lot of influence came from Japan and Thailand. Much of this can be seen with the stylistic choices of buildings used. Yusuke Naura, Shintaro Takai, Tetsuya Nomura, and Fumi Nakashima all deserve credit here. Nakashima in particular was heavily involved in clothing design of many of the sub-characters, while Nomura worked on the larger cast. Final Fantasy X also had a beautifully crafted world full of scenery and amazing imagery, all thanks to Yusuke Naura. Chrono Cross had also used elements of Islander and maritime culture to tell its story, but there is a very distinctual and vivid contrast behind that of Naura and Horney, giving each game a unique look that stands out from the other. Though much of the game was inspired by Polynesian culture, they would use Japanese culture to fill in the gaps, particularly that of the Okinawan culture. For the first time in series history, multiple composers would be brought in, this time to help with the soundtrack. Nobuo Uematsu felt after 9 entries in the franchise he was unable to compose the music himself. To help him create Final Fantasy X's amazing soundtrack, Masashi Hamauzu and Junya Nanako would help create some of Final Fantasy X's most iconic songs. Hamauzu's style is so unique, and his work on Final Fantasy XIII Trilogy was one of those game's biggest highlights. It's nice to finally see people realizing this. If you're a fan of Uematsu and Hamauzu, like I am, you can clearly see the difference in compositions and what songs, for instance, Uematsu worked on, such as some of the character themes, while Hamauzu did many of the environmental themes, as did Uematsu. Final Fantasy X would change a lot moving forward. As I said in my intro, this was the last great Final Fantasy many fans would call one of the greatest. Many of us feel that this was the last time Square would be able to create something truly magical. It was with Final Fantasy X the corporate structure of Squaresoft began to change more so than it ever had before. The success of Final Fantasy VIII and Final Fantasy VII had set Square on a path for global success. They became domineering forces for RPGs in Japan. Widespread critical acclaim had come their way since Final Fantasy VII and VIII were both seen as major financial successes. Final Fantasy X was delayed and fell out of the deadline to qualify for the fiscal year, putting Squaresoft in the red for the first time since Final Fantasy, clear back on the NES. Coupling this with the failure of Final Fantasy The Spirits Within at the box office, this put Square in a hard spot and almost cost them their merger with Enix. I want to clear something up. Many people falsely claim Sakaguchi was forced to resign as president of Square due to the failure of Final Fantasy The Spirits Within. While it's true the investors and higher-ups at Squaresoft, including Sakaguchi himself, were not happy with the outcome, Sakaguchi stepped down of his own accord, feeling defeated at the failure of The Spirits Within. He would go on to say there were many reasons for why I left. But to try to sum them up, my official title was Executive Vice President, and that meant, of course, that I had a mountain of administrative tasks to attend to. Every morning I would have a stack of papers waiting on my desk to review and approve. If there was a change to the labor laws, for instance, I had to go through training and then update our employee policies. There was a ton of work like that, but I wanted to be involved in creating things again. So all the stress was just building up in. I really loved Square, I was grateful for my position, but it didn't feel like me. That feeling was the main reason I quit. Sakaguchi simply got tired of the corporate side of things. He wanted more than ever to be involved in creating games again. Being president of the company just wasn't something he enjoyed much. Sakaguchi has also stated he felt he had to step down because he felt defeated after Final Fantasy The Spirits Within. He felt he failed. Wada would eventually step into this position and forever change the way Square developed games. Wada was directly opposed to the philosophy Sakaguchi had about sequels. It was his idea that we have all these assets already made, we can save money and reuse these assets to pump out sequel after sequel. This explains why we got so many Kingdom Hearts sequels, 3 Final Fantasy XIII games, a planned Versus 13, and Type 0. Wada simply wanted quantity over quality. Square's fixation on graphics has made them lose track of what made them truly special back in the day. Perhaps we can get more into this during our Final Fantasy X-2 retrospective whenever I decide to cover it. For now, let's wrap up development history and jump into our story analysis, shall we? If you want to be part of our development history research, among other things, consider joining our Discord server. link down below in the description. Before we get started, this review will be paced very differently than my last. This is because Final Fantasy X is more character driven. I'll be doing a combination of both scenes from the game and summarizing in my own words what is going on, while interjecting and giving my thoughts. Since this is a new formula and what will likely become a staple for any game with voice acting I cover in the future, I'd love feedback on what you liked and how you think I could improve. That said, let's talk about one of gaming's most powerful stories. Final Fantasy X's opening moments perfectly set the stage for the events that are to follow. The beautiful composition by Uematsu to Zanarkand plays as the camera pans across the screen to show our party members. It looks like they've had a long journey, gives off this feeling they've been through a lot and something tragic is about to happen. Tidus stands up, walking up the hill, looking out over the horizon of a destroyed Zanarkand as he thinks back to the moments that have led up to this point.
Listen to my story. This may be our last chance.
Final Fantasy X instantly grabs you and asks questions such as, why does all the party members look so sad? What happened to this giant metropolis? Last chance for what? Events we will witness throughout the game's runtime. Tidus' story starts in the vibrant metropolis of Zanarkand, a huge city lit up at night filled with stadiums and screaming fans cheering for their favorite Blitzball team, Final Fantasy's version of football or soccer, if you will. It is here where we are introduced to our protagonist Tidus, star player of the Zanarkand Abes, as he emerges from his house. Screaming fans surround his living quarters as he makes his way to the stadium for that night's match. Tidus takes a few autographs, flirts with the ladies, as three young boys ask him to teach them how to play Blitzball.
2, 3, teach us how to blitz!
Hey, I got a game to play.
Then teach us after!
Maybe tonight,
You can't tonight.
I mean tomorrow.
Who is this mysterious young boy giving us cryptic messages in the background? Oh well, Tidus makes his way down the highway heading towards the Blitzball Stadium. Apparently it is the Jecht Memorial Cup. It's been 10 years since the disappearance of his father Jecht, and they are holding a cup in his honor, as his father was also a very famous Blitzball star.
I was in a coffee shop running away from home when I heard the news. Our hero, Jecht, gone. Vanished into thin air. My dad must have been his biggest fan. I knew how sad he'd be. Heck, we all were that day. Zanar, I says to myself, what are you thinking? I went running straight back home. We sat up talking about Jecht all night. My dad and I never talked so much.
Somehow, I don't think this is the last time we're going to hear about Jecht. Our eyes and ears are treated to both a visual and audio feast, as we watch our first introduction to Blitzball and the complete and utter destruction of Tidus' hometown of Zanarkand by the hands of a floating ball of water in the air. There is so much foreshadowing of events and dialogue to come, and we can come back and talk about this later. After falling from the stadium, an unconscious Tidus wakes up in front of the stadium. Auron is waiting for Tidus, and Tidus seems to know who this mysterious man is. They make their way down the highway as multiple creatures appear. Tidus and Auron look into the sky, and Auron says,
We called it sin.
hinting he knows something about what's going on. Auron gives us the rundown of our first battle, and we fight off Sin Spawn as we plan our escape from the city. Auron and Tidus barely escape with their lives as they make their way towards Sin, though Tidus isn't sure why they are going this way. Tidus stares at the screen of his father and says, "What are you laughing at, old man?" indicating they don't have the best of relationship.
Auron! Auron!
This is it. This is your story. It all begins here.
I think what I enjoy so much about Final Fantasy X's opening is how cleverly it is put together. It is an intro that instantly grabs you and sets the stage for two staple characters, indicating that Tidus and his father Jecht don't have the greatest of relationship, and the destruction of Tidus's hometown of Zanarkand. I think one of the key things is to always grab your audience and suck them into your world. This is why strong openings are always necessary across any form of media you are writing or consuming. This is why a lot of criticism gets levied at Final Fantasy VIII. So it's nice to see the team has learned from those mistakes of 8 and set up what is probably one of the strongest opening introductions in gaming. We gain control over Tidus in what appears to be an underwater Zanarkand. Swimming down, we can see a shadow of Jecht and a younger Tidus. This appears to be a destroyed version of the Blitzball arena. Final Fantasy X has these unique moments where Tidus interjects as if he's sharing his story with us as he recaps the events that led up to the opening scene in Zanarkand.
I thought about a lot of things. Like where I was, what I got myself into. I started to feel lightheaded, and then sleepy.
It's a beautiful way to tell a story, and I've always found it to be something interesting that makes Final Fantasy X really stand out from the crowd. Thanks to this being an isekai story, or at least a form of one, anyways, Tidus is oblivious to what is going on in the world, so we as the player learn through the course of the game what's going on in the story through Tidus's eyes. Tidus wakes up alone in some abandoned ruins. These ruins are what are left of Bosch Temple. He swims forward, making his way to solid ground, but the pathway below breaks and he falls back into the water below. A giant fish attacks and Tidus escapes further into the ruins. Cold and wet, Tidus starts a fire to keep him warm. We get a flashback of Auron and Tidus talking about a call he made that made his team lose their game, before we are attacked yet again by another monster. A group of excavators show up, breaks down the door to the temple, and one of them, a young girl, helps Tidus fight off the monster. They capture Tidus and take him back to their ship, offering him food but still treat him like a monster, or what they call the fiend. They agree to let Tidus eat only if he helps them explore the rooms below. These people are known as the Albed. Riku and Tidus explore the ruins. We do quite a bit of battling here, but we'll talk more in depth about combat later when we get more party members. After activating the runes, Tidus finally gets a chance to eat. And he tells Riku where he is from, but she's hesitant to believe him. And she gives us much needed information to what has actually happened to Tidus.
Zanarkand, I'm a Blitzball player. Star player of the Zanarkand Abes.
Did you hit your head or something?
Did I say something funny?
You were near Sin.
Mm-hmm.
Don't worry, you'll be better in no time. They say your head gets funny when Sin is near. Maybe you just had some kind of dream?
You mean I'm sick?
Because of Sin's toxin, yeah.
You sure?
Yeah, there is no Zanarkand anymore. Sin destroyed it 1,000 years ago. So no one plays Blitzball there.
Huh? What do you mean, 1,000 years ago? But I saw Sin attack Zanarkand. You're saying that happened 1,000 years ago? No way!
Zanarkand was destroyed 1,000 years ago, meaning Tidus has been transported 1,000 years into the future. did we really witness the destruction of Zanarkand 1,000 years ago? Riku also tells Titus that Zanarkand is a holy place and tells him saying he's from Zanarkand could upset somebody. This is also the first time we learn of Sin's toxin, an illness that makes people forget things when they get too close to Sin. Get used to hearing this excuse because this pretty much is what Titus sticks to when he wants to play dumb. But not long after their conversation, Sin attacks yet again and whisks Titus off to a different location. After Sin's attack, we find ourselves on the island of Besaid. It's weird, it's like Sin only showed up to move Titus to a different spot because he didn't wish him to be there with Riku and the Albed. The first thing Titus realizes when he wakes up is a blitzball floating in the water and a bunch of men standing on the beach, putting together these men must all be blitzball players. He kicks the ball and wows them with his moves.
Hey, you okay?
Hey!
There is this moment of seeing Titus be really happy. His over-the-top personality had shown with Riku, but we really start to see it when he discovers both Zanarkand and Spira share Blitzball. He is beyond ecstatic. At this point, he knows no matter how different or awkward he may be, or how unable he will be able to fit in, Blitzball is always something he can find common ground with anybody with. Plus, I think he's just excited to meet people who share in his hobby. After showing them the move one more time, when asked, Titus let slip he played for the Zanarkand Aves. Despite Riku's warning, it slipped his tongue after all, but he's quick to correct it.
What team you say again?
I meant, forget that. I got too, close to Sin and my head's all foggy like. So, I don't know where this place is. Or even where I came from.
Despite this, Waka doesn't think too much of it and they make their way to Besaid, taking the long route. Waka seems to want Titus to join the Besaid Aurochs and play a match that's happening in Luca.
Let me go!
Got a favor to ask you.
You want me on your team, right?
A major Blitz tournament's coming up. All the teams in Spira will be there. It's so huge, I'm sure someone there will recognize you. Then you can go back to your old team, right? It'll be fun. What do you say, huh?
Waka tells Titus to go talk to the Crusaders after they arrive at Besaid, and he says he'll make some food.
You do remember the prayer, right?
Of course I'd never prayed before in my life. Not that he would know that.
You must have forgot or something. Here, I'll show you. Go ahead, you try. Not bad. Okay, now go present yourself to the temple summoner.
Any blitzball player would know that prayer. It was the blitzball sign for victory.
I find it rather interesting. Titus said something about the prayer shape being a blitzball sign for victory. It's actually kind of crazy how many moves, motions, and shapes we make with our bodies that come from religious or spiritual purposes. One only needs to take a look at yoga as an example. Examining the statues in the temple will trigger a scene that plays, and we learn about the High Summoners, specifically Lord Braska, the man who defeated Sin 10 years ago and brought forth the calm.
Well, what's a High Summoner? I got too close to Sin's, toxin. It was funny hearing myself make the same excuse over and over. Funny, and a little sad.
The summoners are practitioners of a sacred art, sworn to protect the people of Yevon. Only a chosen few become summoners, who call forth entities of great power, the Aeons. The Aeons hear our prayers and come down to us. They are the blessing of Yevon.
So what he meant was that we should respect some kind of great men or something like that, I figured.
The summoners are revered by the people of Yevon and, well, worshipped. These can all be seen as prophets, leaders, or hell, even celebrities in our real world. Granted, these people have actually given their lives to protect the people of Spira, so having reverence for them and their sacrifice is important. It would be much like how we worship Christ for giving his life for atoning for our own sins. That's just the best modern example I can come up with. But despite their sacrifice, sin always seems to come back. No matter how hard the summoners try to rid Spira of sin for good, they can't. Waka tells Titus to take a nap before lunch is ready, and the monk from the temple comes in to talk to Waka. Apparently, the summoner has been inside of the temple for 1 day and hasn't come out yet.
You could at least go see how they are doing.
We can't interfere. It's a rule.
But it's been nearly.
This triggers a flashback for Titus of when his father had gone missing and they told his mother.
But it's been nearly.
It's been nearly a day already.
Perhaps you could go look for us.
People are searching for him now.
Thank you.
Who cares whether he comes back or not?
But he might die.
Fine, let him.
Do you hate him so? But if he dies, you'll never be able to tell him how much you hate him.
Once Titus wakes up from his dream, he heads to the temple, and Waka tells him the summoner is in there praying to the faith. If the prayer is heard, the apprentice summoner will become a fully fledged summoner. We aren't sure just what this means yet, but we're going to find out. When Titus asks if the summoner is in danger, Waka replies sometimes yes, but it's against the rules to go in. Titus ignores them anyways and runs off saying like I care, upsetting the entire temple for disobeying the teachings. It's here we are presented with our first little minigame, puzzle of sorts, whatever you want to call it, the Cloister of Trials. During the trial, we will have to solve a puzzle by placing these spheres in the right location to open the doors. Each temple we visit throughout Spira will have one of these we will need to complete. Each cloister also has a destruction sphere. By activating these, it will give us a special item and also be required to get one of the most powerful Aeons in the game in a side quest we can complete later. Once we complete the Cloister of Trials, we can ride the elevator down to where the summoner is and her other two guardians await.
A guardian? Whoa! Ah!
Summoners go on a pilgrimage to pray at every temple in Spira. Guardians protect them.
Titus acts as the viewpoint character, so we'll get a lot of these small interactions describing what's going on in Final Fantasy X's world.
Well, now that we come this far, might as well go all the way.
What are you doing here? Didn't think we'd be able to handle it.
This is our introduction to our next two party members, Kimhari and Lulu. But we got one more to meet. Let's meet our summoner.
have become a summoner.
We got to meet our next 3 party members, Yuna, Kimhari, and Lulu, and we'll talk about them here in a little bit, but I really want to focus in on this song we could hear in the background of this scene, because this song has very significant importance to the game. We heard this song earlier in the temple with a choir-like sing-along to it, but this is the first time we get to hear a single voice singing it. This song is called the Hymn of the Faith. The Faith are nothing more but statues left behind for summoners to pray to in order to receive their Aeon. The voice singing the Hymn of the Faith is the faith itself, the soul left behind inside of the statue. This song invokes something powerful behind it, and as we will learn throughout the game, the Hymn of the Faith has meaningful significance to not just the Church of Yevon, but to all of Spira. We will hear it a lot, and this becomes a clear indication of how music can transcend culture. Something I will mention here as well about the Hymn of the Faith, the song does change from temple to temple because the faith is always changing. Let's give it a listen. This is Valfor, for instance. The Aeon Yuna just received. This is Ifrit. And this is Shiva. These are 3 of my favorite, and it really cements it in a best way a game can by using it as diegetic music. And it's the Hymn of the Faith that gives off this hope that maybe, just maybe, there is a way to defeat sin for good. Once we leave the temple, Yuna summons Valfor, and we watch this gigantic beast fly from the skies above. Most of the villagers here are celebrating and spending time with Yuna for the night. After all, she did grow up here, and tomorrow she goes on a long pilgrimage across Spira to pray at the other temples and hopefully defeat sin. Titus and Yuna do have an exchange here as well. Let's give it a listen and we can discuss.
I'm Yuna. Thank you so much for your help earlier.
Huh? I'm sorry about that. Wasn't I not supposed to? Guess I kinda overreacted.
Oh no, I was overconfident.
I saw that Aeon thing. That's amazing.
Really? Do you think I can become High Summoner?
Lady Yuna, come play with me some more.
So, tomorrow then.
Tomorrow?
We're going on the same boat, aren't we?
Oh, really?
We can talk more.
Huh.
You can tell me all about Zanarkand.
Yuna does seem to believe Titus about Zanarkand, which probably strikes him as odd, but it's also probably relaxing because someone finally believes him and Yuna clearly has a reason to. This is also our first interaction between the two, and since Titus and Yuna have one of the most famous love stories, it's cool to see where their story first started. Waka tells Titus to not get any ideas, but he doesn't really allude to why. Perhaps we can just assume because this is Yuna has a duty as a summoner and she shouldn't stop her pilgrimage because of love. Or is it for another reason entirely? We retire for the night to prepare for the next morning, and Titus once again has a dream about his father. What's so unique about this dream is Riku and Yuna both pop up in it just out of nowhere, followed by his father. This encapsulates the weirdness of a dream and how things can just change in an instant for no real reason. Titus is soon woken up though by two people arguing. Waka and Lulu seem to be talking about something.
He's dead, okay? Dead. He does look a lot like Chapu. I was surprised too, the first time I saw him. But no matter what he looks like, he isn't Chapu. You shouldn't have brought him here in the first place.
Yeah, but he needed our help.
Excuses again?
Yeah, but...
That's it. No more. Enough, Waka.
Scary. So, who's Chapu?
My little brother, Chapu. He looked like you.
He's dead?
He was with the Crusaders when they fought Sin last year.
There's a lot we can take away from this scene. First off, this establishes Waka and Lulu having known each other for a long time. They both deeply seem to care for Waka's brother Chapu. Lulu seems appalled by the idea Waka would even consider the idea of Chapu coming back. Lulu seems to want to move past Chapu's death, yet Waka isn't quite ready to let the thought of his brother go. This becomes a common theme throughout the game, and we'll get to learn why Waka has a desire to become a guardian and why he wants to win a tournament. To go out with a bang and show his brother they are capable of winning a match. We also saw Waka and Titus starting to become really good friends. It's the first character Titus really starts to build trust with. The next morning, the party prepares to leave Besaid and finally starts Yuna's pilgrimage.
You really don't need all that luggage.
They're not really my things. They're gifts for the temples we're to visit.
This isn't a vacation, Yuna.
I guess you're right.
We get a sense that Yuna has a great deal of reverence for Yevon and the temples. She's willing to devote her life to the calling as a summoner in her quest to defeat Sin. Every once in a while, the party will just stop and give Yuna time to soak it all in. As she looks back at the life she's about to leave behind, we get an idea the life she has lived before at this point is gone. Her duty, her calling is to the church, and she must now sacrifice everything for it. The next few battles are going to teach us about the combat basics. Final Fantasy X abandoned the ATB system they'd been using since Final Fantasy IV, and goes back to a full-on turn-based combat system. Turns are displayed on the right-hand side of the screen, letting you plan ahead and take out enemies that may pose a threat or knock them out before they have a chance to take another turn. What I love most about Final Fantasy X's combat is each member has a use in battle. Other Final Fantasy games seem to always have the main party you stick with and never really venture out to try others. Final Fantasy X not only encourages you to do so, but almost outright requires you to use them. All of this is incentivized by letting you swap teammates in and out of combat. Need to cast a magic spell? We can switch to Lulu for that. Got a party member who's low on health? Get Yuna in there and let's heal them right up. Perhaps we need someone with quicker agility and decent attack power. This is where Titus comes in handy. What about those pesky enemies your sword wielders can't hit? Get Waka in there and hit them with a Blitzball, or inflict them with a status effect such as darkness so they can't hit your party members as much. The strategy and how you play is up to you, but I really find this to be one of the more enjoyable aspects of Final Fantasy X's combat. Let's get into the combat mechanics a bit deeper though, because there's a lot of moving parts to Final Fantasy X we need to talk about. Magic in Final Fantasy X works like you'd expect. If you're familiar with RPGs, you're probably aware of how elemental damage works, but if you're not, let's let Lulu recap.
Clueless, aren't you? Good thing I'm here. Spells of ice work well against fire fiends, and ice fiends are weak against fire magic. You follow?
I get fire and ice, but what about lightning and water?
Lightning and water are opposed, just like fire and ice. This one here is a water fiend, which means...
This also makes it great for beginners because it's going to teach you the basics and set you up for success in any RPG you play by not only teaching you the basics of magic, but status effect and among other things. Since we've already gotten a chance to play as both Riku and Auron, let's talk about how they play here. Auron is your heaviest hitter. He has skills such as Power Break and Mental Break that will lower the enemy's stats like Strength and Magic to make them do less damage to you. Auron can also slice through shelled enemies, making him essential for making quick work of those bothersome pests. Riku, on the other hand, can steal from enemies and use items with the use command. Kimhari can also use the Pierce ability since he does have weapons that have that ability attached to them, but Auron's output and sheer strength makes him far more effective at this. Overdrives are Final Fantasy X's version of limit breaks. The overdrive bar charges when a character takes damage, and you can change this over time as each character will unlock different ways to charge the overdrive gauge, things such as hitting an enemy or comrades taking damage. Once the gauge is charged, your characters will be able to select an overdrive and use the attack. Let's take a look how each character's overdrive actually works. Tidus's overdrive is swordplay. Swordplay allows him to select attack and two little arrows move back and forth. Your goal here is to hit the yellow portion of the bar. Doing so will make the attack do more damage. Wakka's is called slots. He will have elemental rills, attack rills, and status rills. I've honestly never gotten anything other than elemental rills because I've never been a big fan of Blitzball, which is how you unlock the other rills. But the objective here is to line up the same symbol. Doing so in elemental rills will add that specific element to Wakka's attack. Wakka's attack rills does a really strong attack by either hitting one hit or two hits for extra damage. Lulu's is called Black Magic Fury. By rotating the stick, Lulu will release a flurry of spells depending on the number of times the stick was rotated. Auron's overdrive is called Bushido. Entering the button combination on the screen without messing up will unleash a strong attack. Riku is able to mix together items for various different uses, healing party members or attacking enemies. Yuna's overdrive is called Grand Summon. Using this will give the summons their overdrive gauge ready for them to use as soon as they're summoned. And I guess this is as good a time as any to segue into how Aeons or summons work in Final Fantasy X. Since Yuna is the summoner and Aeons are pretty much plot specific to the summoner, Yuna is going to be the only character in the game that will be allowed to use summons. Once Yuna summons an Aeon, you take complete control over it. Aeons start with basic abilities, such as skills and magic. You'll be able to teach them more, but we can talk about that later on. All Aeons have a specific attack exclusive to them that often does damage, so in the case of L4, which we're using here, we can use her sonic wings to deal damage to the enemy. Aeons also have a unique ability of Shield and Boost. Shield will decrease significantly the damage dealt by an attack, but your overdrive gauge will not charge. This is great for strong attacks when you need that extra defense. Boost significantly increases overdrive but does more damage, so you'll want to use these with lower attacks when enemies throw them your way. Once the gauge is full, just like everyone else, Aeons will be able to launch a devastating attack upon the enemy. That concludes our section on combat. Next time we talk about gameplay mechanics, we will have had a bit of time to play around with the sphere grid, so we'll be covering that once we reach Kilika. We make our way to the docks of Besaid as the villagers see Yuna off. Kids are crying as Yuna waves them goodbye. Something seems off, but I can't quite put my finger on why. We board the SS Leaky and make our way to Kilika. In order to progress the plot, we need to talk to Yuna. Doing so will strike a conversation about Zanarkand. Yuna believes Tidus about Zanarkand's existence because this isn't the first time she's heard about it.
The great stadium, all lit up, even at night.
Huh?
Great Blitzball tournaments are held there, and the stands are always full.
How do you know that?
A man named Jack told me. He was my father's guardian.
Imagine being Tidus at this point, not only learning that your father, whom you thought disappeared and abandoned your mother 10 years ago and died, could possibly be alive, but he too was also whisked away into the world of Spira, just like Titus was. This causes him to have a lot of doubt, and rightly so. I think it would be hard to accept a parent that you thought was long dead was somehow alive and well.
He went out to sea for training one day and never came back. And no one's seen him since then.
Why, that's the day that Jekt came to Spira.
But,
It's true, I first met Jekt 10 years and 3 months ago. I remember that was the day my father left. The date fits, doesn't it?
Sin once again shows up, this time heading straight for Kilika. In an attempt to stop him, the men running the ship apologize to Yuna as they put her life in danger to protect their hometown. After a fight with Sin, he beelines straight towards Kilika, and in a very impactful CGI cutscene, we get to experience firsthand the destructive power Sin can bring. We arrive in Kilika, instantly seeing the destruction Sin brought. The villagers of Kilika are grateful a summoner has shown up to send their loved ones and prevent them from becoming fiends. We'll let Lulu explain a little bit about this in the scene here.
You truly are clueless. Are you sure it's just your memory that's the problem? The dead need guidance. Filled with grief over their own death, they refuse to face their fate. They yearn to live on and resent those still alive. You see, they envy the living. And in time, that envy turns to anger, even hate. Should these souls remain in Spira, they become fiends that prey on the living. Sad, isn't it? The sending takes them to the far plane, where they may rest in peace.
The sending has always been one of my favorite scenes, is probably one of the most powerful in the game. There's a lot of symbolism going on here, but we hear a very mournful version of the Hymn of the Faith. Honestly, let's just watch the scene because it is one of the most beautiful in the entire game. It leaves such an emotional impact on you, and it really sets in the devastating effects sin has on people's lives. I don't know why it took me so long to realize Yuna was standing on coffins that were underwater when doing the summoning, but it really hit me hard, realizing that they gathered up their dead and were just waiting for a summoner to come by so they didn't become fiends. There is a level of beauty that comes from this scene. It's supposed to be sad, and it is, but it does such a great job invoking despair and sadness during natural disasters. The party retires for the night as it's been a long journey to Kilika. The next morning, the Oryx are helping rebuild Kilika after destruction Sin brought. I really like this. It invokes a sense of community even though the Oryx are about to play against Kilika in a tournament. They show great sportsmanship in helping them rebuild, something the Luca goers, who we'll meet in just a little bit, probably wouldn't be doing. Wakka tells Titus they are going to go to the temple so Yuna can pray to the faith and they can pray for victory.
Praying for victory's all good. But is this right?
Something wrong with enjoying Blitzball?
Is this really the time?
This is the only time. The players fight with all their strength. The fans cheer for their favorite team. They forget pain, suffering. Only the game matters.
I kinda get what Wakka says here. A lot of people do look for outlets sometimes when depressing or sad things come up and they're having a hard time in life. What Wakka's effectively saying is that even during hard times, even during times of destruction, people need an outlet to think about something else rather than the destruction was brought, and it's Blitzball that offers that very form of entertainment for the people of Spira. Now that we've reached Kilika and had a little bit of time to start playing around with the sphere grid, it's here we can finally start diving into what the sphere grid is and how we actually use it to learn character abilities. We'll also be taking a look at how Kimhari functions in battle to see what he adds to the party and how he fights in battle. The sphere grid replaces the classic level nut system in Final Fantasy games, and pretty much does away with levels as we would initially know them throughout the Final Fantasy series. This is because while all of our party members start out with a pre-selected path, by the end of the game, you'll already start branching up into other sphere grids and learn other companion abilities towards the end of the game. You'll be able to accumulate AP by having a AP battle. 1 AP lets you move one node on the sphere grid, which pretty much acts like level up anyways. You can then use a sphere you acquire through battling to fill up that slot. This may increase your HP, MP, defense, speed, evasion, agility, luck, magic, defense, or attack. You may also use an ability sphere to learn a specific ability for that character. This is how you increase your party stats and make them stronger. All party members have a predetermined set path which they follow and a specific role they will fill, as we mentioned earlier. The exception to this is Kimhari. The best way I can describe Kimhari is a jack of trades. He starts out with both good stats in strength and magic, making him a good battle healer or a black mage. You could also send him down Titus's or Auron's path, ideally for another strength, but you've got Wakka and Titus and Auron for that, so another mage probably isn't a bad idea. As much as I like the concept with Kimhari, and it fits since his overdrive selects him as the mage of the crew, it isn't easy to select different abilities for Kimhari or move around on the grid. You'll need to decide pretty quickly what path you want to send him down and stick with, otherwise he'll just end up becoming useless like he did in my playthrough. Since I sent him down Riku's path and then decided game, I wanted to send him down strength build after teaching him some black magic. I do like the sphere grid, and I actually think the design of it is really cool. Zooming out and seeing the filled nodes really brings color to that grid, and it just looks really cool to look at. That about sums up the sphere grid. Let's go ahead and make our way to the temple of Kilika and pray to the faith. But before we do that, we should probably talk about Kimhari's overdrive and how it works. So we already established Kimhari is the blue mage of the group. Kimhari, unlike the other party members, will be able to use the Lancet ability to learn an enemy move. There are only certain abilities he'll be able to learn from enemies, but basically by doing so when he goes into overdrive, he'll be able to use an enemy skill against the enemy. Honestly, a lot of the enemy spells really aren't that good in my opinion. Upon arriving at the temple and ascending the stairs, Waka comes to the conclusion that perhaps when someone comes into contact with Sin, they don't die but are taken to another dimension.
I've been thinking, maybe people Sin gets to don't die. Maybe Sin carries them through time, like 1,000 years through time. And then one day, maybe they just pop back, see?
Amazing. Simply amazing. You make up one theory after another, refusing to face the simple truth. Sin didn't take Chappu anywhere. Sin crushed him and left him on the Jose shore. Your brother won't just pop back. Oh, and one more thing. No matter how much you want it, no one can take Chappu's place. No one can replace Sir Jekt, for that matter. And there's no replacement for Lord Braska, either. It's pointless to think about it. And sad.
He is clearly fixated on this idea that Titus is somehow his late brother Chappu resurrected, and Lulu just isn't having it. Lulu was tired of this talk about replacing people, which is why she likely lost it. There is subtext here given to say that Lulu and Yuna have likely talked about making Titus a guardian, since she says there's no replacing Sir Jekt for that matter either. We make our way into the temple to complete the Cloister of Trials, get harassed by the Lucre goers on our way in, and Titus of course gets left behind because he isn't a guardian. But this doesn't stop the most annoying character in the game, throwing him on the elevator and pretty much forcing him to head down into the Cloister of Trials with no other option but to complete it. Titus makes his way through and they wait for Yuna to come out. After Yuna emerges, she successfully requires Ifrit, and the party can leave. Next stop is Luca. It's time to introduce the only form of entertainment Spira has, Blitzball. We arrive at the docks of Luca and prepare for the Blitzball Tournament. The Maesters of Yevon have just arrived, so the party decides to go and visit them. Think of this like a meeting with the Pope or the President of a country. It's kind of the same thing, as the Maesters are not only the leaders of Yevon, but they're also the leaders of Spira. After the meeting, we head to the locker room so the Oryx can prepare for the match. Titus is told by Yuna someone said they saw Sir Oren and Luca, so Kimhari, Titus, and Yuna go look for him. Kimhari meets up with a couple of Ronso he is familiar with and gets into a fight with them, and the Albed manage to kidnap Yuna. The Albed seem to want the Oryx to throw the match and give them a win if they want Yuna back. So Lulu, Kimhari, and Titus go to rescue her while Waka plays the game. People like to claim this is a plot hole, but it's not. We can get into this later with more context, but it's unlikely they were going to give Yuna back anyway. They probably just thought they'd use this situation to their advantage and use her as a bargaining chip to get an easy win. We make our way to the docks and jump aboard the Albed ship to save Yuna, getting a little bit of backstory for Waka and Yuna in the process.
So who's Sid?
He's my uncle, but I've never actually met him.
Wait, so that means you're Albed too, Yuna?
On my mother's side, yes. Sid is my mother's brother. He became distant after my mother married. But she told me to seek him out if I ever needed help.
You're worried he was...
Don't tell Waka about Yuna's lineage. The thing about Waka, he never had much love for the Albed.
Lulu telling us not to tell Waka about Yuna's heritage because she's afraid that that's going to change the way Waka thinks about Yuna says a lot about Waka's character. Waka is racist against the Albed, but he also has the same belief, the same reflection that a lot of people who follow the Church of Yevon do. They see the Albed as outsiders, heathens who do not follow the teachings and therefore blame them for sin continually coming back. This concept is going to be far more important during the analysis later, so we'll be coming back to this idea much later in the story. The Oryx managed to win against the Albed and make their way to the finals against the Goers. You can 100% win this match, but it's not easy to do so. It does affect some of the dialogue that follows and gives you a reward for doing so, but it doesn't really change the story or too much after all. After the game, fiends make their way into Luca. Titus and Waka fight off someone in the Blitzball arena while Oren is up top of the stadium fighting a giant dinosaur-like creature. Waka, Titus, and Oren eventually unite to take down a bird, only to become surrounded by fiends. Seymour summons an Aeon of gigantic structure and immense power, Anima. With the knock of her head, one by one, it destroys the theme as blood trickles down its face. Anima's design is one of my favorite summons in the game. Her undead, demonic look is absolutely terrifying, and her power matches it. It's not really understood, but Seymour was the one who let the fiends in to impress the maesters and gain the trust, showing Seymour's very nihilistic tendencies. Oren and Titus finally get a chance to talk for the first time since arriving in Spira, and Titus is rightly pissed. He wants to go home, not happy with being stuck in Spira. Oren also decides it's a great time to tell him his father Jecht is Sin. How in the hell this works is beyond our knowledge, but it seems a bit far-fetched at the time. Titus seems conflicted though, as he lets out some much-needed frustration.
Is he alive?
It depends on what you mean by alive. He is no longer human. But then, I felt something of Jecht there in that shell, couldn't you? You must have felt him when you came in contact with Sin.
It can't be.
It is. Sin is Jecht.
No, that's ridiculous! No way! I don't believe you!
But it is the truth. You'll see for yourself. Come with me.
If I say no?
Every story must have an ending.
I don't care about your stories!
I see. Sorry you feel that way. Fine then. Come or don't come, it's your decision.
What am I supposed to say? You tell me it's my decision. But I don't have a choice, do I? You're the only one who can tell me what's going on anyways. I have to go with you, I have to!
Imagine all of the emotion racing through Titus's head at this point, finding out your father is Sin, not getting a chance to say goodbye, tell him he hated him, tell him how he truly felt, knowing it a full well possibility he may never be able to make it home again. On top of all this, it slowly starts to sink in that he is stuck in Spira for good, with no way to get back home. There's also this really annoying part of the scene that I hear so many people complain about Final Fantasy X having bad voice acting. And while yes, there are some moments of Final Fantasy X's voice acting that are not super great, it goes to show Final Fantasy X's voice acting right here with this scene are well done. James Arnold Taylor gives a very good delivery when it comes to Titus's emotions, and we can see this through the scene. James Arnold Taylor was actually not told the events of the plot as he was reading on. They were revealed to him as time went on, so it was during the recording of process he learned about all of this. He saw what the script had to offer and adjusted his dialogue lines appropriately, meaning the raw emotion we're feeling was him trying to deliver those lines and his reactions to the script as he was learning it. And I just think this design was purely brilliant. And you can see a level of detail and a level of passion that went into trying to voice Titus here. And I know people like to shit on Titus for being whiny and things like that, but again, think of the context and everything Titus is going through with the scene right now, and it really fits into his character. It really fits into what I think a lot of us would have a genuine reaction if we found out our father had become the monster that was wreaking all this havoc and destruction all across Spira. Oren tells Titus he plans to offer his services to Yuna and become her guardian, pretty much making Titus a guardian as well. Oren more or less says Yuna was a promise to Braska, while Titus was a promise to Jecht. I just really liked that line, as it shows a past relationship and friendship that Oren had with both Jecht and Braska. We get the infamous laughing scene, which almost has become a meme at this point, of overused bad voice acting in video games, and it pisses me off. Most of the time, the criticism levied at this scene completely misses the point the scene was trying to convey. We'll get into this later, but it was meant to feel corny, and even listening to the dialogue here, we can clearly see why.
You know what? It's embarrassing to say this myself, but summoners and their guardians are kind of like Spira's ray of light. A lot of people in Spira depend on us. I learned to practice smiling when I'm feeling sad, you know. I know it's hard.
Too funny.
It was your idea.
Thank you. Huh? I want my journey to be full of laughter.
Okay.
But if you're still in the camp of it being corny, well, stick around because we're going to convince you why it's not as weird as some people try to make it out to be. The party makes their way down Mihin High Road. While not a lot of eventful things happen here, we can see the Crusaders gearing up for something we're unaware of just yet. We can fight a summoner here to test Yuna's strength, get a history lesson from Machen, a Sparran scholar who tells us about the runes here in Mihin High Road. We can also stop and talk to a girl named Callie, who asks Yuna if she's going to bring forth the next calm. Titus, curious, asks what the calm is, and they explain to Titus this is a time of peace where sin is not attacking the people of Spira.
What's the calm?
The calm is a time of peace. It comes after a summoner defeats sin and lasts until sin reappears.
Huh?
Sin dies and is reborn.
I get it. I thought it was weird. Yuna's dad defeated Sin 10 years ago, right? But Sin's still here. Didn't make much sense till now. Wait, if it just comes back...
Don't say it isn't worth it. Because it is.
Even for a little while, people can sleep in their beds without being afraid. That kind of time is worth anything. Don't say it isn't worth it.
Yuna has got a point here. It's especially hard for people of our generation to understand because we haven't faced huge warfare on a scale of generations before us have. But imagine those moments of respite people would feel during World War II. Those small moments military forces were drawn away from an area and bombing ceased. People, but for a moment, could live knowing their loved ones were safe, their homes would remain in one piece, and death wasn't around the corner. These are fears of warfare. If another war ever were to break out, this would become a very real possibility for our homes could always be invaded, destroyed, and our families killed before our eyes. This is effectively what Sin did to the people of Spira, and this was why, in the eyes of many Sparrans, it was worth going through all that trouble to rid Sin, even for a short period of time. The party learns there is a fiend that is eating chocobos, and Titus offers to help by saying it's the right thing to do.
It's the right thing to do.
It's the right thing to do.
What'd I say now?
Jecht said that a lot too. And every time he said it, it meant trouble for Braska and me.
Like father, like son, Titus is a lot like his father Jekt, despite not wanting to admit it. Before we can fight the fiend though, the party decides to rest at an Al Bhed inn. Wakka, of course, is opposed to the idea because of course he is, it's Al Bhed. Titus wakes up in the middle of the night to talk to Yuna. Something is bothering her. Titus, asking if defeating Sin is worth it, begins to play in her head.
Pretty.
Sure is.
I wish I could live in a place like this. Peaceful. Living with a smile on my face every day.
You can, once you beat Sin, right?
But then, a new Sin will be born anyway.
Well, then you can just beat it again.
I wish I could.
Hey, you can. Trust me. You are the best summoner out there.
Titus tries to cheer her up by giving her a pep talk. It's almost like how he did with the Oryx when he was encouraging them to get their head in the game and win the Blitzball Tournament. It's almost like his time as a Blitzball player has really started to come out. Titus then asks the question, why Sin always comes back, a question we have all began to wonder at this point.
Yuna, why does Sin always come back?
Sin is our punishment for our vanity. And it will not go away until we've atoned.
How do we do that?
I freaking love this scene. There is so much foreshadowing that's going on here, and so much context that we don't have any information on other plot details that are going to happen to fully understand what this scene is trying to convey. But it is something we will be returning to much later and taking a look at. And for the record, let's just listen to what Titus is saying here and keep this in mind for later.
What did we do that was so bad in the first place? Ah, was it using lots of Machina or something? Oh, wait, was that such a bad thing, really?
It's funny. Ever since I was young, I never questioned it. But now that you ask me if it is that bad or not, I don't know. There are so many things I don't know.
For now, all I'm going to say about this scene in particular is this is the first time Yuna starts to question what she's believed up until this point. It's really kind of sowing the seeds for events to come, and that's all I'm going to say on this particular part right now.
Well, then we're the same. Oh, such thinking is very unbecoming of a summoner. Sound like Micah?
That's not very nice, you know.
I don't know why this scene made me laugh so much this time around, but it absolutely did. Perhaps it's because the older I get, I start to realize how serious people in power take themselves and how honestly the rest of the world perceives them. And Titus is just kind of casually playing it around and kind of mocking what Yuna believes in, but yet he's doing it in a funny way. And she clearly thought it was funny because she laughed as well.
During a game, you have to think of Blitz and nothing else, you know?
Okay.
You can't think, that's a cute girl on the fifth seat from the right. And you can't be thinking about where you're gonna go on that date, because the minute you do, that's when you lose. You see, Yuna, what I mean is, you really shouldn't worry, you know? After we beat Sin, that's when you can worry about the future.
I guess.
This is a scene that once we have more context and have progressed further on in the game's story, I would like to come back and revisit. But for now, let's just say that Titus continues his pep talk to Yuna and encourages her to go on her journey in order to defeat Sin.
But Yuna, how are you supposed to beat something big like that?
The final summoning. It's the only way to defeat sin. The only way. With it, we can call the final Aeon. That's the goal of the pilgrimage. The faith of the final summoning lies waiting in the far north to greet summoners that complete their pilgrimage. At the world's edge in Zanarkand.
I've mentioned the final summoning already in this video, but it is worth noting this is really the first time we as the player get to learn what the final summoning is. And we've had this scope, this idea built up of how huge sin is, the destruction that sin can bring. And it really starts to paint this picture that whatever the final Aeon is, must be really strong in order to be able to take down a beast that size and of that magnitude.
In Zanarkand?
She means the ruins of a city destroyed 1,000 years ago.
You sure it's ruins?
That's what I've heard.
You'll see it for yourself soon enough. Yuna, come back inside.
You will go with us to Zanarkand?
Yeah, I'll go. I'll go to Zanarkand to see it with my own eyes. I knew it couldn't be my Zanarkand, but I had to make sure.
On a final note, I really enjoyed the way James Arnold Taylor, Titus's voice actor, changed his mood after they started talking about Zanarkand being in ruins. It really cements this idea that Titus is really contemplating with this idea. Is Zanarkand really destroyed? Is there really no way I'm going to be able to go back home? Am I truly stuck in this place, Spira, forever? Even when he conveys he had to see it with his own eyes, as if to confirm, yeah, Zanarkand's destroyed and I'm not going back. It's just so beautifully done. The next morning we wake up to the Chocobo Eater returning. Before the fight though, we meet Rin, the owner of this establishment. He gives us our first Albed primer. These are collectibles that will teach us the language of the Albed and finally give us insight to what they are actually saying. It honestly makes a second playthrough kinda fun to go back and hear what the Albed were saying. There are two ways this boss fight can play out. You can either push the fiend off the cliff or defeat it before it falls off the cliff. Or, on the inverse, it can push you off the cliff and drop you into the gorge below. Defeating it really doesn't change much other than it'll force you to come back later for collectibles if you want to get them, and you'll have a chance to ride a chocobo if you actually succeed. But other than that, there really isn't too much to miss, and either way, you'll end up going through a road that will take you to Mushroom Rock. After arriving at the gate, we learn a full-scale operation known as Operation Mihen is being launched at Mushroom Rock. The Crusaders have sided with the Albed in an attempt to use Forbidden Machina to try and destroy sin for good. The Crusaders have been excommunicated from the church but still have the blessings of Yevon to carry this out. The thing is, they aren't letting the summoners through, and Donna isn't too happy about it. But Maester Seymour catches wind of what's going on and tells the guards to let Yuna and her party through. I hope you guys have some tissues ready, because shit's about to get real serious. It's with Mushroom Rock, Final Fantasy X's story starts to slightly change. This is the first time we really get to see the in-depth look into Yevon as a religion. We get to meet a couple of the maesters, see how the church operates, see the hypocrisy behind the church. It's almost as if this part of the game is slowly starting to leave us breadcrumbs to sow in our distrust of the Church of Yevon and set up stakes that are going to come much, much later in the game.
Believe in the path you have chosen. Let faith be your strength. I, Seymour Guado, Maester of Yevon, will bear witness to your deeds today.
Sir! What's going on? Why is Maester Seymour backing the Crusaders, eh? They're using Al-Bed's Machina. They're violating the teachings.
Even going against the teachings, they're willing to risk it for the greater good. Waka, I think Maester Seymour sees that too.
Lulu?
I can only speculate.
Final Fantasy X's writers clearly knew what they were doing here when they used Waka of all people to try to convey the hypocrisy behind the Church of Yevon. It is through the exploration of Waka's interactions and personal struggles and his existential crisis he's going through that allows Final Fantasy X to tell such a compelling narrative. No party member right here could have been used better than Waka. Since Waka is the most devoutly religious among everyone in the party, it makes sense to have him and to be the first to really hit this existential crisis when it comes to his faith.
Why is your lordship present here, sir?
Please, speak as you normally would.
Isn't this operation against the teachings of Yevon? Aren't you gonna stop them?
It's true. I should. However, both the Crusaders and the Al-Bed truly wish peace for Spira. This Operation Mihen was born from that wish they share. Although it may be sacrilege to Yevon, their intentions are pure. And I, Seymour Guado, the person, not the Maester of Yevon, as a denizen of Spira, I wish them well in their endeavor.
But using Machina, that's bad, isn't it?
Waka cannot seem to wrap his head around how the Maesters of all people, or how the Church could go against the teachings that they've set and condone the use of forbidden technology.
Pretend you didn't see them.
Beg your pardon, but that's not something a Maester should say.
Then pretend I didn't say it.
You're kidding.
From the first time I laid eyes on him, I never did like Seymour.
This is just the beginning of Waka having an existential crisis. Honestly, if anyone ever has fallen away from a church, it's often because of the hypocrisy of the people following that religion, or those in power who tend to have hypocritical tendencies. It's hypocritical of Seymour, but it reflects how often those in power will bend the rules of the land if it fits their goals, ideals, or ambitions. This isn't something exclusive to just religion either, but very oftentimes government, and we see it so much in our own world. We will talk about this later on, but a lot of people like to point how Final Fantasy X is a critique on religion, and while that's definitely true, it is, I think it's also a critique of just government and corruption of those who are in power, but it uses a government controlled by the church in a fantasy setting to explore these themes. Before Operation Mihen takes place, Luzu has to tell Waka something, and Lulu completely disagrees, trying to stop him from saying it because she knows how Waka is going to react.
Waka, I might not get another chance to say this. It's about your brother.
Luzu, no!
What?
I'm the one who convinced him to enlist. I'm sorry.
Waka! That's enough, Waka!
When we used to play Blitz together, Chapu used to say, he said that when we won the cup, yeah, He proposed to Lulu. And then one day, he goes off and becomes a crusader, just like that.
Chappu also said to me that being with your girl is good. But keeping Sin far away from her is better.
Lu, you knew?
Luzu told me before we left.
She hit me too.
Chappu here did have a point. He sought to fight for the person he loved. He wanted to see the world in which Lulu could live in peace. There is a level of stoicism people have when fighting to protect the ones they love. On a happier note, I loved Luzu's line here. She hit me when I told her to. After what feels like a long trek through Mushroom Rock, we finally make our way to the command center. Overseeing the operation is another maester named Keenock. Orin and Keenock seem to have a history, and it's hinted at here as well.
I had heard from Seymour, but I didn't know if we'd actually meet. Good to see you, Orin. 10 years, is it?
That's Wen Keenock, one of the 4 maesters of Yevon. He leads the warrior monks and also commands the crusaders.
The party prepares for a fight and watches as the Al Bhed prepare to fight Sin. Luring him in with fiends. Sin appears and the events that follow are brutal.
Let's go!
Fire!
This hit me hard, more than it ever has. Sin was almost destroyed. And had they had one of those giant machines, they might have been able to mortally wound Sin and defeat him without the final Aeon. So many Crusaders and Al Bheds were killed here. For thousands of years they fought, hated each other, but were able to come together and fight, but it failed. Mushroom Rock is one of the strongest parts of the game and puts into perspective just how powerful Sin is, proving the final Aeon is the only way to truly defeat him. But it's also a glimmer of hope because you see 2 people who do not share the same beliefs working together to take down a common enemy. The aftermath of the battle can be felt. The structure of Mushroom Rock has been changed forever, with a scar in the land. Dead soldiers can be seen laying about the beach, reflecting what a real battle would look like. Examining them, you can get things like died instantly. And everything about this part hits hard, and it once again is meant to show us how powerful Sin is. even talking to Oren. He clearly says Jecht wanted Titus to see how strong Sin could be because he was tired of being used as Sin's tool. Titus and the party leave the aftermath and make their way to Jose Temple to acquire the Aeon Ixion. We can talk to Gato, who is freaking out in shock at the thought of Luzu dying and saying he was ripped apart.
Where is he?
I found him, but he was torn in half.
That idiot!
What do I do now? I can't do this. I'm going back to Besaid.
Shit, just thinking about that makes me feel terrible. Final Fantasy X never ceases to amaze me in how it's able to show the destruction that Sin can cause. I mean, just to think of the pain that Gato is going through. But it is important to note this can play out differently depending on who actually lives, because it is possible to have Gato die and Luzu survive, depending on some choices that Titus makes back in the Mi'ihen Operation headquarters. Titus is finally able to go into the Cloister of Trials for the first time as a Guardian. Once we make it to the Faith, Donna walks in and makes yet another comment about Yuna and her Guardian, stating that they cannot help her when the time comes. And for even recruiting someone as legendary as Oren. I really hate Donna. Bartella was cool though, and we did learn he seems to be inspired by Oren, and that was his reason for becoming a Guardian. After acquiring the Faith and waking up Yuna the next morning, who was up until dawn performing sendings for the dead of Mushroom Rock, we get to see this gem of a cutscene.
Yo, sleepyhead!
Sorry, I'm so sorry. Please forgive me.
Really, there's no rush. Here, your hair.
A summoner with bad hair. What's the world coming to?
You could have woken me up.
We called to you, but with all that snoring.
What is it today? Everyone's picking on me. You too, Sir Oren?
Once Lady Yuna fixes her hair, we leave.
This scene should make sense of why the laughing scene wasn't that bad if you remember what Yuna said back during the laughing scene, but we'll get to this soon enough. Either way, it just cements this idea that Yuna wanted to have her party, the people surrounding her, her journey full of laughter and fun. And this scene reflects that perfectly. Titus and the party make their way across the Moonflow using a giant elephant-like creature called a Shoe Puff. During their trip across the Moonflow, Yuna is once again kidnapped by the Al Bhed. Titus and Wakka plunge underwater to save her. Once the Machina is defeated, they climb back on the boat and Wakka starts slandering the Al Bhed, making everybody on the boat uncomfortable, calling them sand-blasted grease monkeys. The party begins to wonder why the Al Bhed kidnapped Yuna in the first place. This isn't the first time they've tried, and we were warned twice, once by the summoners in Jose Temple and once by Biron and Yankee. Wakka makes mention about the city under the Moonflow, how a city was built up on top of a river and eventually sunk to the ground. A couple things I do want to talk a little bit about here is why there are so many fireflies floating about. This is because the city sunk to the ground, causing the death of many, so it's pretty much become a breeding ground for fireflies at this point. It also just cements this idea that Spira has a rich history that is yet to be discovered, and how much of their technology has been lost due to natural disasters. It's honestly quite reminiscent of our own world, as much of the ancient cities from the past have been flooded into the ground. Titus goes on ahead of the party, and we see an unconscious person laying on the beach. Examining the body, it gets up, unzips their diving suit, and it's Riku. Titus explains to the party how he and Riku first met. After some girl talk, Yuna asks Oren if it's okay if she makes Riku her guardian. Oren agrees. Riku is an Al Bhed. It is also worth mentioning that Riku and Yuna are cousins, since we learned earlier that her mother was an Al Bhed. Riku's introduction happens way too fast if you ask me, and there seems to be some missing content here or cut concepts that perhaps made the scene stand out like a sore thumb.
What?
There's something we need to discuss.
Oh, go ahead.
Girls only. Boys, please wait over there.
Right. Sorry, Waka.
Huh? What? Ah.
Sir Oren, I would like Riku to be my guardian.
Show me your face.
Huh?
Look at me.
Oh, okay.
Open your eyes. As I thought.
No good?
Are you certain?
100%. So, anyway, can I?
If Yuna wishes it.
Yes, I do.
Shortly after arriving in Guadosalam, Riku gives us the rundown of adding abilities to our weapons and equipment, something you can only do when she is in the party. By using items, she can combine them with weapons to make them stronger. So say you wanted to add a pierce ability to Titus's sword, you could do this by using a level 2 sphere. And now Titus would have the same ability on his weapon as Oren and Kimhari. Playing around with this is something you're going to want to do, as this is going to be a great way to guard against some of those pesky status effects bosses and enemies are going to be able to cast on your party. Also, start stealing with Riku every battle. You're going to want all the items you can get. Before the party can make their way through Guadosalam to the Thunder Plains, they are stopped by a Trammel, who tells them Lord Seymour wishes to speak to them. We make our way to Seymour's manor, awaiting for his arrival. Yuna is freaking out, wondering what he could possibly want. Seymour shows us this beautiful spectacle of Zanarkand, as it was before his fall.
This sphere is a reconstruction created from the thoughts of the dead that wander the far.
Zanarkand?
Correct. Zanarkand, as it looked 1,000 years ago.
We know Seymour's up to something, he's just too sketchy of a dude to let the suspicion go. He then decides to tell Yuna the story about Yunalesca, whom she was named after, and her guardian, Lord Zeon.
She once lived in this metropolis.
She who? Lady Yunalesca!
She was the first person to defeat sin and save the world from its ravages. And you have inherited her name.
It was my father who named me.
Lord Braska was entrusting you with a great task. He wanted you to face sin as Lady Yunalesca did. However, Lady Yunalesca did not save the world alone. To defeat the undefeatable sin, it took an unbreakable bond of love, of the kind that binds two hearts for eternity.
He tells Yuna of the story of Yunalesca, the first summoner whom she was named after. It was with the power of her husband, Lord Zeon, they were able to defeat sin together and bring the first calm. Seymour wants to marry Yuna and be her Lord Zeon. We know this wacky-haired fruitcake has ulterior motives. He just gives off this vibe of not being able to trust him. Yuna tells Seymour she must think on it before she can give him an answer. She decides to visit her parents in the Far Plains before coming to any sort of decision. The Far Plains look visually stunning, giving off a very peaceful vibe. The Far Plains are where the dead are sent if they accept death or are sent by a summoner. The entrance to the Far Plains also allow the citizens of Spera to visit loved ones. They don't speak, nor are they actual people, It's the fireflies reacting to the memories of the living taking shape of their loved ones. It's really one of my favorite places in video games ever, as it's just so beautiful looking. It really does give off this vibe of an afterlife. Riku chooses not to go into the far plains, as she says,
I keep my memories inside.
Huh?
Memories are nice, but that's all they are.
This really struck a chord with me, probably because I've never been one to really dwell on death or the dead. I don't even really like visiting graves of loved ones because I don't like dwelling on them being gone. I'd much rather enjoy the memories of the way they were and remember them that way than dwelling on the fact that they're dead and never come back. Oren also stays behind, saying he doesn't belong there. Waka and Lulu are talking to Chapu, Waka's brother. I think it really cements it for Waka here that Chapu is really dead and isn't coming back. We can talk to Yuna, and she tells us to summon Jack, and she's pretty confident he won't because he is still alive somewhere in Spira.
Call Sir Jack. Give it a try.
Huh?
Don't worry. He won't come.
Trying not to think about my old man made me think about him, of course.
See, told you.
He isn't here because he's not dead. He's Sin.
That means he's alive, you know.
What if my old man really is Sin? What would I say to Yuna? Heck, to everybody in Spira. Wait, why should I have to apologize for him anyway?
I don't think she knows the truth about Jecht being Sin. I just think she believes somewhere in Spira, Sir Jecht is still alive.
Mad. It was his fault that me and my mother...
Mom? It's her.
She's very pretty.
But, wait, no one ever performed the sending for her.
She must have accepted death while she was still alive.
Whoa there. That's my mother you're talking about.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Titus truly starts to begin to understand why he despised Jecht so much, what it was about his father that he absolutely hated.
Oh.
What?
Why I hate my old man.
See, so I told him what I thought of him right there.
What? Really?
Course.
I suppose, but... Mommy! Just a sec, dear.
Whenever my old man was around, my mother wouldn't even look at me. Maybe that's when I started to resent him, even hate him. When he left us, Mom just lost her energy.
Is she all right?
Why should you care?
If she dies, I wouldn't know what to do.
Don't say Mom is gonna die.
I apologize.
The old lady next door told me, when a lovebird dies, the one left behind, it just gives up living so it can join its mate. It was just like that. I hated my old man even more. But really, my old man...
Mommy! Just a sec, dear.
Go to him. He'll cry if you don't.
Upon leaving the far plains, the ghost of Lord Jiskel appears. This is Seymour's father, freaking out many bystanders. Oren said it's because he died an unclean death. Jiskel leaves behind a sphere. We'll learn the contents of the sphere later, but for now we make our way back to the manor to give Seymour his answer. Seymour has gone to Makalania Temple. Since we're heading that way to get the Aeon, it's convenient. After some rather goofy scenes, learning a little bit about Riku and why she likes thunder while we make our way to the Thunder Plains.
How are we supposed to cross that?
We eventually arrive at a scene where Yuna reveals to the party she plans to marry Seymour. She won't really give them a reason why, only that she intends to. Titus isn't happy about it, the party's shocked, and Oren asks if she's still willing to continue the pilgrimage. It's become clear at this point something is disturbing her with the sphere Jiskel left behind. We saw a glimpse of what the content of the sphere had on it back in the travel agency when we were eavesdropping on Yuna, but we still don't know the full context of what is going on. Pressing on, we arrive at Macalania Woods to make our way to the temple. Macalania Woods is another beautiful area from Final Fantasy X. I love the scenery and the color scheme Macalania evokes a sense of natural beauty. After passing through the forest, we arrive at Rin's travel agency to save the game. The Al Bhed once again show up to try and kidnap Yuna, and Waka gets pissed. Placing.
You knew? Why didn't you tell me?
We knew you'd be upset.
This is great. I can't believe I've been traveling with an Al Bhed, a heathen.
You're wrong. We have nothing against Yevon.
But you Al Bhed used the forbidden machina. You know what that means? Sin was born because people use machina.
You got proof? Show me proof.
It's in Yevon's teaching. Well, not that you know.
That's not good enough. Yevon says this, Yevon says that. Can't you think for yourself?
Well, then you tell me. Where did sin come from, huh?
I don't know.
You badmouth Yevon, and that's all you can come up with.
But that doesn't mean you should do whatever they say without thinking. Nothing will ever change that way.
This scene beautifully exemplifies how easy it is to get caught up with a certain way of thinking and not thinking about the other person's perspective. Both Riku and Waka have points, but they don't have any facts to back them up. Just feelings of wanting sin gone for good. Waka is furious he's traveling with an Al Bhed, but it's also clear he only knows what the Church of Yevon has taught him about the Al Bhed, which isn't necessarily truly reflective of who or what the Al Bhed believe. After the boss fight here, we jump on a piece of machina and make our way to the temple. Depending on who you grew a closer affinity with, we will ride on a piece of machina to Macalania Temple with him. In my case, I rode with Lulu. She elaborates a bit on why Waka has so much vitriol for the Al Bhed, telling us he hates the Al Bhed because his brother Chapu. It's deeper than that because Waka is meant to reflect the views of regular followers of Yevon, and we'll talk more about this later. What really struck me about the scene was Waka blaming everyone but Chapu for Chapu's death. I think it's far too easy for us in society to try and blame others for things or our own actions rather than just accepting we're the ones to blame, or it is our free will, our decisions that ultimately lead to the responsibility and consequences that we have to face. We will talk about this later in Final Fantasy X since it's very Nietzschean in its approach, in so much that it's the individual that must be responsible for their own actions and not someone else. Chapu knew the consequences of joining the Crusaders. Chapu also knew the consequences of using Forbidden Machina, but he did it anyways. Waka wanted to blame anybody but Chapu, and we'll revisit this topic later on in the video. The party arrives at Macalania Temple. Since Yuna went on ahead with Trommel and Seymour, she's already inside praying to the faith. Before we head in, one of the temple workers sees the sphere of Lord Jiskel in Yuna's belongings.
What I am about to tell you is the unclouded truth. I swear it on my honor as a Guado. Listen to me very carefully, for I shall tell you the truth about my son Seymour. His mind is closed, even to me, a maester of Yevon. But I can feel flames of darkness burning in his heart. He is using Yevon, the Guado, and even the summoners. If he is not stopped, he will surely bring destruction and chaos to Spira. I will leave this world soon, killed by my own son. But I do not fault him, because I was not wise enough. He has suffered and become twisted. I could not protect him and his mother from the world and its cruelty. I will accept death as punishment for my deeds. But whoever is watching this, I implore you to stop, Seymour. Stop, my son.
It's kind of hard to pick up on right off the bat, but what Jiskel is implying here is that he is at fault for the way Seymour has turned out. Everything that he's done in Seymour's life has reflected upon him negatively, and it is because of the persecution Seymour received at the hands of Jiskel and at the hands of Yevon and at the hands of the people of Spira that has caused Seymour to turn into the monster he is today. It was for this reason Yuna wished to marry Seymour to basically negotiate with him and convince him to turn himself in. We run to the Chamber of Faith and see Seymour waiting for Yuna. The party confronts Seymour about what he did, and Yuna emerges from the chamber.
Seymour!
Please be silent. Lady Yuna prays to the faith.
Make me!
This soundtrack by Nobuo Uematsu is so great. I really love Seymour's theme. This villain composition just feels so eerie sounding.
Yuna!
But why?
We saw Jiskel's sphere.
You killed him.
What of it? Lady Yuna, certainly you knew of these things, did you not? Well then, why have you come here?
Turns out Seymour really did kill his father, and he just casually says, "What of it?" No remorse for the murder of his father. I think this really just cements Seymour's character. He's sick, he's sadistic, and he doesn't care for anybody, only his own political, personal gains and the power he seeks. We engage in what can be one of Final Fantasy X's first true difficult battles, depending on how you approach it and how much you have up. One of my major complaints here is that the summons are simply too powerful. I remember struggling with Seymour, but I was able to beat him this time around with Ixion alone. Kill his minions, defeat Anima before she even had a chance to use her overdrive, and kill Seymour with a total of 3 overdrives from Ixion. Thor's hammer was doing 9,999 damage in a single shot. Sadly, I no longer have any footage of this because I lost my footage due to hard drive crash, but the summons do become too overpowerful, and you can pretty much cheese your way through most fights. I did level up a fair bit, but it's insane how easy this boss fight was, specifically because I remember my first playthrough of this game only using the party and how difficult he was to actually defeat. I can see this as 2 ways. You either consider this a flaw or a way to simply make the game easier for those who are looking for an easy out. But I don't necessarily think it's something we should just excuse because, again, it's a mechanic in the game and meant to be used that way. I feel like the mechanics should have been balanced out a bit more than they were. Yuna and the party managed to kill Seymour, and seeing as they just killed the Maester, this isn't going to end well. Trammell is upset and the Guado chase us as we make our way out of the temple. The icing covering the lake cracks after fighting a giant 4-armed monster, and the party falls to the bottom, on the back of Sin. Some nice little foreshadowing of what's to come. The party spends this time reflecting on what has just happened, before Sin moves them to an entirely different location, the sandy desert of Bikanel. On a side note here, this scene where somehow Jet and Titus share the same dream, and Titus is talking to Jet, trying to comfort him as he realizes he is no longer human, hits really, really hard. It's a scene I don't see many people talking about, and just for context of how hard this scene hits, I really want you to pay attention as we play the scene out.
The song you were listening to. What is it this time? Zanarkand. Ah, you homesick too? That's not your world anymore. You're Sin now. Hey, I'm older now, you know? I know. You want this to end. I'll find a way, promise.
This is the first time we get to see Jecht and Titus have a heart-to-heart. It's clear that Jecht misses Zanarkand. He missed seeing Titus grow up. He's still thinking about his little boy. And in this scene, I think Titus realizes that his father missed him, missed Zanarkand, and wanted to go home just as much as he did. I just love this scene because it conveys so much emotion in this small little flashback that Jecht is projecting into Titus's memory. Titus wakes up in the water once again, telling his dad to be good for a bit. Our party is separated, so we're going to have to find them in this giant desert. After wandering around and fighting some random battles, we're finally able to reunite with everyone except for Yuna. This can be a bit of a blow since we don't have Yuna to heal, but we get these awesome new items called Albed potions we can use to heal our party members using Riku's use ability. Riku takes us to her hometown only to find out it's being overrun by the Guado. Riku is rightly upset. We make our way through the base's narrow hallways and down into the lower chambers of the base, where Riku's father tells us there's a ship down there and that they're going to use it to escape. It's here we learn the truth behind what happens to the summoners on their pilgrimage. The Albed have been kidnapping the summoners and bringing them down into this chamber. And let's just play the scene why and what happens to the summoners and why the Albed were kidnapping the summoners in the first place.
The Albed had no right stopping their pilgrimage.
The pilgrimages have to stop. If they don't, and they get to Zanarkand, they might defeat Sin. Uni could, but then she... Uni will die, you know? You know, don't you? Summoner's journey to get the final Aeon. Yuna told you, didn't she? With the final Aeon, she can beat Sin. But then, if she calls it, then the final Aeon's gonna kill her. Even if she defeats Sin, it will kill Uni too, you know?
Was I the only one who didn't know? Tell me why! Why were you hiding it? Why didn't I know?
We weren't hiding it.
It was just too hard to say.
Lulu! How could you? How could you? Isn't she like a sister to you? I thought you were family. Why don't you do something, Waka?
Don't you think we tried to stop her? She follows her heart.
Yuna, she knew what she was doing when she chose to become a summoner. To face Sin, yeah? Yuna knew.
But Waka, that's just totally wrong. Summoners shouldn't have to sacrifice themselves just so the rest of Spirit can be happy, right?
But that is our choice.
all live in fear of sin, you know that.
A world without sin. That is the dream of all Yevon's children. And we will use that power even if it means our lives.
I've been telling Yuna! Let's go to Zanarkand together! Let's beat Sin! I told her all the things! We could! And all along, the whole time, I didn't know anything! But Yuna, she'd just smile.
Riku just dropped one of the biggest plot bombshells on us. The big reveal of why Braska is no longer alive and what happens to the summoner after defeating Sin. For many gamers, this moment was yet another flurry of blows to the stomach, a Final Fantasy VII 2.0, if you will. Everyone back then was collectively thinking Squaresoft is going to do it again, aren't they? They're going to pull another character's death on us once again. The scene also irritates me why so many people say Final Fantasy X has such bad voice acting. While there are moments of bad voice acting for sure, it's vastly overstated. The voice actor for Tidus, James Arnold Taylor, delivers a convincing performance of a very distraught Tidus. His vocal pitch down to the sounds used conveys such strong sense of emotion. The accompanying lines and those preceding it by Waka, Lulu, and Kimhari are also excellently delivered. I suppose this would be a good time to finally talk about the infamous laughing scene and why it goes over so many people's heads and why so many people point to this as an example of bad voice acting.
It's embarrassing to say this myself, but summoners and their guardians are kind of like Spira's ray of light. A lot of people in Spira depend on us. I learned to practice smiling when I'm feeling sad, you know. I know it's hard.
Yeah, I understand. I think.
Right. Now let's see what you can do. I want my journey to be full of laughter.
With the context finally needed to understand the laughing scene, I think it's about time we talk about it. We need to understand where our characters were coming from first. Tidus's anger has been building up through the game. He was whisked away from his home to what he believed was 1,000 years in the future with no way of returning. He is also shown the destructive tendencies of Sin and the death of many at Kilika. He just found out his father is Sin. Despite having a rocky relationship with his father, Tidus still has feelings for him. It's still his father. He still deep down loves him. It's evident throughout the scene he is bothered and his demeanor shows that. Yuna, on the other hand, marches towards her death, knowing full well what her fate is going to be if she kills Sin. She knows her friends will mourn her death, think about her when she's gone, and how hard it must be for them to follow her to her own death. That burden is hard for anyone to bear. All of a sudden, her line and what she said makes even more sense. She wants her journey to be filled with happiness, with laughter, because she doesn't want everyone to be sad and have a pilgrimage that's just that. The infamous laughing scene is a culmination of all of Tidus's pent-up frustration and Yuna's sadness as they come to terms with the fate that has befallen them both. This scene hits hard on a second playthrough rather than the first. You realize they are trying to make themselves laugh. The fake nature of this was meant to be awkward. If you need further proof of why the laughing scene was so important and why it works, we don't need to look any further back than Jose Temple and the party giving Yuna a hard time. Humor is the only way these individuals will be able to cope with the immense amount of doom lingering over their heads as they make their way to Zanarkand to acquire the final Aeon. This is why it frustrates me to no end when people refer to the laughing scene as bad voice acting, because it proves they've only jumped on a bandwagon because it's popular to say, rather than jumping off and asking, wait a minute, what is this scene trying to say? What is the bigger context here? I hope this puts into perspective why this is such a powerful and misunderstood scene. It's honestly one of my favorite moments in Final Fantasy X, and it only brings me to tears watching it on a second playthrough, knowing full well the context behind what that scene was trying to convey. If you thought the tear-jerking moments were ending there, we learned that some of the Al Bhed soldiers had died protecting the summoners. Really, we've been kind of building up the Al Bhed as people who don't care about Yevon, who don't care about the summoners, but yet we've just learned that Al Bhed has kidnapped the summoners to protect them and stop them from going on a pilgrimage so they don't have to die defeating Sin. And then we also learn that these soldiers just defended the summoners, protecting them from dying.
Wait there until we have performed the sending.
They died, protecting us. It's not much, but the least we can do is give them a proper sending.
It's a small moment, but it hits really hard considering we've watched Wakka time and again hate the Al Bhed for not following the teachings of Yevon. Yet we have the summoners whose sworn duty it is to protect the people of Spira, dedicate their lives to Yevon's teachings and defeat Sin, offering up the Al Bhed, heathens, people who don't believe in Yevon, don't believe the teachings of Yevon, and still offer up to give them ascending. I just love this scene so much. The least the summoners can do is send the Al Bhed and make sure they get to the far plains peacefully. The party and the remaining survivors make their way to the ship. The ship takes off and we can see the village on fire. You may recognize this ship as the same one we uncovered in the ruins at the beginning of the game. Riku even makes a comment on this if you talk to her. We can talk to the Al Bhed here and get their perspective on the situation. You might not understand what they're saying depending on how many Al Bhed primers you've actually collected. I actually went out of my way to collect the Al Bhed primers so I could learn the language. Doing so, I think, is worth your time. Taking the time and talking to the Al Bhed on the ship is kind of worth it. It's kind of built them up as these heathens. Then you learn the Al Bhed are just as pretty much every other NPC you've encountered before. We've known this since the beginning of the game, but this is the first time you really get to see them and see things from their perspective. They too hate Sin, are destroyed by Sin, and want to kill Sin. They too want to end the cycle of Sin just as much as the other spirits, but they begin to question the teachings of Yevon and the pilgrimage, asking if it was truly the only way. And what we are about to learn, they have good reason to question. It makes a strong statement about people with different beliefs and the ways of life just like us. Even though our beliefs are different, we're all human trying to get through life at the same time, making the best of it and doing what's right for us and our families. It's here we meet Cid, the leader of the Al Bhed, Riku's father and Yuna's uncle. Cid makes the decision to blow up their home using Machina installed on the ship. They start to sing the Hymn of the Faith as they watch their home destroyed.
E-A-U-E Nobo Meno Ren Mili Yochu Yoko Asate Kanai
What's going on?
We're gonna blow up our home.
I found this quite odd that the Al Bhed would sing the Hymn of the Faith, since this song is clearly a religious song used by the Church of Yevon. I couldn't wrap my head around why they would sing it as they bombed their home. Despite it being a song used by the church though, this song is unanimously used as a song of mourning. We've seen this multiple times through the game. It's also a song that unites the world. Music is powerful. It is something that can move you and make you feel things, and the Al Bhed likely had that same attachment to the song as anyone else would, mourning losing their homes or loved ones.
Vidran! Verfolgt Yuna!
Frana!
Effen Krufwi!
Yuna!
They manage to locate Yuna. She's in Bavel, and Seymour seems to be alive, as an unsent. It appears Yuna is getting married to Seymour. Guess we know our next location. Before we can make our way over there, though, seems we have some Guada who invaded the ship we need to take care of. Sid eventually gives us word a giant dragon monster is protecting Bavel, and is headed straight towards the ship, ready to attack. I like this boss fight because it's really different. The boss has different attacks. One attack in particular can be devastating for the enemy if you're up close to it. So your goal here is to tell Sid to move the ship away from the beast so that attack doesn't hurt you, and then you want to move the ship back in to deal maximum damage. So it's a balancing act, really, and a really cool idea for a boss fight. Final Fantasy X's boss fights add elements like this that I just really enjoy. And this is probably one of my favorite boss battles, and it's also one of the only you can't cheese because you don't have Yuna to summon anything. The party makes their way down from the ship to rescue Yuna in one of my favorite personal tracks from the OST and one of my favorite CGI cutscenes from the game. After fighting off some soldiers, we are eventually captured. Yuna bargains her life for the safety of the others and plunges to her death, summoning Valfor in a last-ditch attempt to save her. The party runs to the temple thanks to Riku throwing a smoke bomb to distract everybody, as this is the only other place Yuna would have gone. After making our way through the Cloister of Trials, through the worst Cloister of Trials in the game, we are finally able to see Yuna praying to the Faith, and we finally get a chance to see what the Faith looks like. The Faith at one point were just humans with a dream in order to defeat sin. It is their dream that is realized through the summoning of the Aeon. Their dream to defeat sin. But this boy should also look familiar. It's because he is in damn near every flashback Tidus has had up until this point. Remember this boy?
Maybe tonight, well...
You can't tonight.
I mean, tomorrow.
Yeah, it's the boy from the beginning cutscene. The boy has been watching over Tidus his entire life. This is the Faith of Bahamut. The party makes their way out of the temple but are caught by the guards. They are instantly put on trial and set to appeal their arrest as Yuna directly addresses Maester Micah. Let's just play this scene, as this is going to give us a lot of context as to the truth, lies, and corruption of the Church of Yevon.
You have inflicted dire injury upon Maester Seymour Guado, conspired with the Albed and joined in their insurrection. These are traitorous and unforgivable crimes that disturb the order of Yevon. Tell this court what possessed you to participate in such violence.
Your Grace. The real traitor is Maester Seymour. He killed his father Jiskel with his own hands.
What is this?
Hadn't you heard?
Not only that, Maester Seymour is already dead.
It is a summoner's sacred duty to send the souls of the departed to the far plane. Yuna was only doing her job as a summoner.
Grand Maester Micah, please send Seymour now.
Send the unsent to where they belong?
Yes. Maester?
Send the dead,
Nice. So not only has Seymour been unsent, but Maester Micah is also an unsent too. We also learned there is no way for Sin to truly die, just a cycle of rebirth and birth.
Leader, even in death, he is invaluable to Spira.
Enlightened rule by the dead is preferable to the misguided failures of the living.
Life is but a passing dream, but the death that follows is eternal.
Men die, beasts die, trees die, even continents perish. Only the power of death truly commands in Spira. Resisting its power is futile.
But what of Sin? I am a summoner, my lord, like my father before me. I am on a pilgrimage to stop the death that Sin brings. Are you telling me that too is futile? Grand Maester Micah, I am not alone. All the people who have opposed Sin, their battles, their sacrifices, were they all in vain?
Not in vain. No matter how many summoners give their lives, Sin cannot be truly defeated. The rebirth cannot be stopped.
It's
Yet
permanent,
the courage of
and
those who
Sin will
fight gives
continue
the
to
people
wreak havoc
hope.
on Spira. The group is thrown into Via Purifico, in which they must escape. This basically acts as Bavel's prison, I'm assuming. We don't really know too much about this building, what it is. It's just some building in Bavel. But first we take the role of Yuna, and we first need to find Kimhari, Orin, and Lulu before we can make our way out. Getting to the end of this section, we will see Isaru, another summoner. He's the same summoner who told us about the disappearance of the summoners back in Jose. What I find frustrating here is that they're willing to use summoners to do their dirty work. Even these people who are supposed to be beacons of hope, rays of light for Spira, the church just uses them in their schemes to cover up their own misdeeds and corruptions, just another tool for the corrupt government to use. We will talk about Final Fantasy X's critique on organized religion later. The party shifts to Tidus and Waka and Riku as they make their way through an underwater labyrinth and defeat the boss within. As the party makes their escape from Bavel, they are pursued by Seymour, some guards, and Maester Keenock, who seems to have just been killed by Seymour. Seymour transforms into this giant statue-like monster. After Seymour's defeat, we make our way back to Macalania. The party is distraught, specifically Yuna.
We escaped with our skins intact, but Yuna lost something. I could already tell her faith was shaken. Yevon had betrayed her.
She has dedicated herself to becoming a summoner to defeat Sin, protect the people from Sin. Dedicated her life to believing there was a way, a hope, a chance that they could defeat Sin for good. Betrayed by the very cause she dedicated and planned to give her life for.
I thought that everyone would help me, with all my friends together beside me. I've been trying so hard.
Maybe you're trying too hard. They told me everything.
Everything? Well, so then, you know.
This is the first time that Tidus and Yuna have had a chance to talk since Tidus learned about her fate and what befalls her at the end of her pilgrimage.
It's just, you know, all those things I said. Like, let's go get Sin, or about Zanarkand. I didn't know what would happen to you, Yuna. I guess... I hope it didn't make you sad. Forgive me.
I think Yuna just kind of accepts it. She's not upset because she accepted long ago what was going to happen at the end of her pilgrimage, and she knew what she was getting herself into when she signed up for it.
Yuna! Just don't do it.
The pilgrimage?
Yeah. That's right. Forget all about sin. About being a summoner. Forget all of that. You know, live a normal life. Come on now, Yuna, what do you say?
Maybe I will.
I think what Titus said here really struck a chord with her. Why bother fighting for a cause that's pointless anyways? Why bother fighting for a corrupt religion that doesn't respect the people anyways, that lie to everybody?
Yeah. Except Riku. She'd be with you. Lulu and Waka wouldn't hold out long.
Kimhari would say yes too, I know. But Sir Orin...
I'll make him understand, Yuna. It's the least I can do for you.
No, I should tell him. He deserves it. What'll I do if I give up my pilgrimage?
Hey, Zanarkand. Let's go to Zanarkand. Not the one in Spira, the one I'm from.
Uh-huh.
I never really thought about it till now. Why Yuna all of a sudden went back and said, I can't, I have to complete my pilgrimage. And I think it was this conversation right here. I think Titus saying, let's go to Zanarkand, my Zanarkand, and hearing the stories that he and Jecht had told her, I think she wanted to see that for Spira, to see the perpetual cycle of death end, and Spira to finally have its peace.
We'd go out and have fun.
In the middle of the night?
No problem. Zanarkand never sleeps. Let's go to the sea. Before the sunrise. The city lights go out one by one. The stars fade. Then the horizon glows, almost like it's on fire. It's kinda rose-colored, right? First in the sea, then it spreads to the sky, then to the whole city. It gets brighter and brighter, till everything glows. It's really pretty. I know you'd like it.
I'd like to see it. Someday.
Well, you can, Yuna. We can both go.
I can't. I just can't. I can't go.
Titus and Yuna share a kiss under the night sky of Macalania, in what has become one of gaming's most iconic relationships and iconic scenes in gaming.
Yuna.
is an ongoing debate in the Final Fantasy community as to who has the better relationship. Is it Squall and Rinoa or Tidus and Yuna? And while I am a fan of Squall and Rinoa's relationship, I have to admit Tidus and Yuna's feel a lot more natural. There's also just something to Final Fantasy X's relationship that makes it feel all the more beautiful. It is because the whole world of Spira has been set up by death. There's this post-apocalyptic feeling that it has, where destruction is just right around the corner. And there's something oddly gratifying about two people falling in love with each other. Yuna also is on this pilgrimage where she knows she's going to die. Tidus has left his hometown and knows he's not going to come back. You have these two characters that have been struggling throughout the game to try to find their own happiness. You have Yuna, who has not wanted to open herself up to anybody because she doesn't want to hurt anybody's feelings. And right here, this scene beautifully shows how far their relationship has come. Both of the characters, particularly Yuna, has opened up and let someone in. Despite having to sacrifice her life, despite those feelings of having to hurt somebody if she passes away because of the end of her pilgrimage and the final Aeon killing her, she's willing to let Tidus in. And I think this scene is going to be a really great example much later on down the road as to why Yuna made some of the decisions that she makes towards the end of the game.
I'll continue. I must. If I give up now, I could do anything I wanted to. And yet, even if I was with you, I could never forget.
I'll go with you.
What?
I'm your guardian. Unless I'm fired.
Stay with me. Until the end. Please.
Not until the end. Always.
There is a lot of Christian theology used in Final Fantasy X, and I alluded a little bit back to it during the Kilika Ascending, but Yuna and the Summoners are really kind of an example of Christ-like figures sacrificing themselves to rid the world of sin. In a way, abolishing sin and fighting to get rid of sin is, in essence, kind of the same thing Christ was doing with the atonement. What Yuna is showing right here, despite her own happiness, despite just willing to give up her journey, her sacrifice, and her ability that she has to save mankind, she's not willing to do so. Yuna knows she has a mission to complete in order to save humanity. That if she gave up, if she gave in to those temptations, if she gave into that happiness, it's something she could never forget, something that she could never forgive herself for. And that imagery is just absolutely beautiful. Yuna, determined to see her journey through, tells her guardians that she wants to press forward. And we end up making our way into the Calmlands. Not much happens here, but we do learn this is where summoners go to defeat sin. Since this big open landscape is away from civilizations, it's a good place for summoners to come along and do one final battle with sin. We do get a history lesson here from Machen. The scar in the Calmland was a result of a prior battle with sin from a past summoner's battle. The Calmland also hosts some of the game's side activities, which you can start if you would like to, but we're about at the end of our journey, so let's continue and we'll come back to the side content in a later section. One last thing before we make our way to Gagazet. There is an optional dungeon worth talking about here. In the northern part of the Calmlands, there is an optional Aeon you can acquire called Yojimbo. This is connected to Lulu and one of her past pilgrimages, so it's kind of closure for her arc. Lulu was once on a pilgrimage with a lady named Gimine, and I'm probably butchering that name. Sure, you guys are going to let me know down below in the comment section how to say it. It's insinuated that she died because Lulu wasn't strong enough. She held on for all these years and eventually ended up basically just becoming a fiend, a strong one at that. We're able to defeat her, and Yuna sends her to the far plains. After leaving the canyon, we make our way to Mount Gagazet. The Ronso are hesitant to let us in since we are traitors to the church.
Summoner Yuna and Guardians, leave here at once. Gagazet is Ronso land, sacred mountain of Yevon. The mountain will not bear the footsteps of infidels.
Enemy of Yevon is enemy of Ronso. Leave, traitors!
I have cast aside Yevon. I follow the temple no more.
Then you will die by those words.
So be it. Yevon has warped the teachings and betrayed us all.
Nothing but a bunch of low-down tricksters, eh?
Yeah!
We have no regrets.
Blasphemers! A summoner and her guardians.
Lord Kelgranso, if I may. Have you not also turned your back on Bevel?
But still, you guard Gagazet as a Ronso, not a Maester. Yuna is much the same.
Huh? Elder Kelk! Let Biran rend them asunder!
No escape! Not one!
No, we will not flee. We will fight and continue on.
You have been branded a traitor, but still you would fight sin. Lost to the temple, hated by the people, yet you continue your pilgrimage? Everything lost. What do you fight for?
I fight for Spira. The people long for the calm. I can give it to them. It's all I can give. Defeating sin, ending pain. This I can do.
But once Maester Kelk, Ronso, who has some qualms with the church since finding Seymour killed his father, sees the resolve Yuna has and gives her his blessing to continue up the mountain path. We head up the mountain path but are stopped by Biran and Yankee are willing to let Yuna and her other guardians pass, but Kimhari must stay behind.
Haven't you bothered us enough?
Summoner may pass. Guardians may pass. Kimhari not pass! Kimhari shame Ronso brothers. Kimhari forget his birth.
Forget his people, forget his mountain, little Ronso, weakling Ronso.
Mountain hate the weak, hate the small. If you will climb,
then I must prove my strength.
Think you will win? You not forget who took your horn. Never forget.
Kimhari never beat Brother Biran. Never win. This time, I win. I will win.
Kimhari fights them, finally being able to beat them after all these years. In what is probably one of the most beautiful scenes I'm just going to let play out, because this is a beautiful closure to Kimhari's arc.
Strong is Kimhari. Biran is happy. sacred Mount Gagazet. I honor the name of strong warrior who defeats Biran. Remember always, Gagazet, that name is Kimhari.
Mountain knows Kimhari strong. Kimhari may pass.
Summoner, we Ronso will stop pursuers from Temple.
Truly?
Penance for breaking Kimhari's horn long ago.
We crush enemies following behind.
Kimhari crushed enemies standing before. You are most fortunate, Summoner.
I thank you.
Ronso will shine your statue brightest.
Thank you. But I fear that no one will make a statue for a traitor such as I am.
Then Ronso will make.
With grand horn on head.
That would be wonderful.
We climb up the treacherous mountain of Gagazet. Gravestones cover the snow of summoners who have felled. Learning that the summoners we're fighting, the summoners that felled, are the very fiends that we're fighting up there. It just kind of sets again this cycle of death that Final Fantasy X hits so hard on. Once we reach the top of Mount Gagazet, Seymour appears yet again, telling Kimhari he is the last Ronso, which isn't true, but he did kill the Ronso who threw themselves at him as he climbed up the mountain.
Ascending so soon? Allow me to say something to the last Ronso before I leave. Yours was truly a gallant race. They threw themselves at me to bar my path, one after another.
No.
Kimhari.
You could end the suffering of this poor Ronso.
I don't understand you.
Allow Kimhari to die and release him from his pain. Spira is a land of suffering and sorrow caught in a spiral of death.
This boss fight isn't easy either. It's one of the more difficult boss fights in the game. Seymour has this annoying chance of casting zombie on a character and then casting full life on them, killing them in one hit. It's kind of at this point that every boss fight we get starts casting really nasty status effects on your characters, so I hope you're ready to use Riku's customizability to set up wards and proofs to guard against this. After our fight with Seymour, we have one last challenge to overcome, a trial of sorts where we have to make our way through a cave of Gagazet and solve its puzzles. Up top Mount Gagazet are a bunch of faith summoning Dream Zanarkand. There's a revelation made here concerning Tidus, and rather than me explaining it, I think it's just better if I let the scene play and let the game explain what's going on.
You...
Remember me? We met in Bavel.
Yeah?
But that wasn't the first time we met. I've known about you for a long time. A long, long time.
I feel like I know you too. Where are we?
Silly, don't recognize your own home?
What's gotten into you, hey?
Wake up! Wake up!
Wait, this is a dream.
Precisely.
A dream? Are you crazy? I don't have time to be dreaming now.
You're wrong. It's not that you're dreaming. You are a dream.
Huh? Wait a sec.
ago, there was a war.
Yeah, with Machina, right?
Yes, a war between Zanarkand and Bavel. Bavel's Machina assured their victory from the start. Spira had never seen such power. The summoners of Zanarkand didn't stand a chance. Zanarkand was doomed to oblivion. That's why we tried to save it, if only in a memory.
What did you do?
The remaining summoners and the townspeople that survived the war, they all became faith for the summoning.
The summoning? You mean sin?
No, I mean this place. A Zanarkand that never sleeps.
What?
The dreams of the faith summoned the memories of the city. They summoned all the buildings, all the people who lived there.
The people? What? They're all dreams? Me? Too?
Yes, you're a dream of the faith. You, your father, your mother, everyone. All dreams. And if the faith stopped dreaming,
No! So what if I'm a dream? I like being here.
we've been dreaming so long. We're tired. Would you and your father, would you let us rest? Both you and your father have been touched by sin. Sin, the one around whom all Spira, the spiral, revolves.
What are you saying?
You two are more than just dreams now.
Wake up! Wake up, please!
Just a little more, and maybe you are the dream that will end our dreaming at last.
So Titus is a dream of the faith, up top Mount Gagzet. The faith, along with his father, his mother, and everyone he knew, all completely fake, just another dream. Waiting for us up top the summit is the spectral beast. Once we destroy him, we can...
A city dead for 1,000 years. A city I had to see with my own eyes. The end of Yuna's journey. The last chapter in my story.
And finally make our way to Zanarkand. We finally get to see Zanarkand. It looks old, ruined, destroyed, and looks just like one of our lost civilizations here on Earth. Just stone structures left behind. If Titus didn't believe before that Zanarkand had been destroyed, he certainly does now. Being able to see it with his own eyes after all this time and hearing it, I can only imagine what would be going through his head. But the emotional trauma Final Fantasy X is about to inflict does not end there. As we start walking down the mountain, Yuna drops a sphere. This sphere was the very sphere she was recording the night on Mi'ihen High Road before her and Titus had their talk all the way back then. In the sphere, she tells each and every one of her guardians goodbye, thanking them for joining them on her journey. If I didn't know Final Fantasy X had a sequel back in the day, and I was one of the early adopters to play this game when it came out, I would have been convinced Final Fantasy X was going to pull a Final Fantasy VII all over again. It is in this moment Final Fantasy X really starts to convince you and leads you down this pathway of thinking, Yuna is going to die. She's going to sacrifice herself to rid the world of sin. This is why Final Fantasy X is one of the most emotional games I think I've ever experienced.
Sir Orin, Kimhari told me, when my father wanted me taken from Bavel to Besaid, it was you who told Kimhari, right? I had always wanted to meet you someday. I am truly glad that I had that chance. Having you as a guardian was so great an honor. I don't know how to thank you. Perhaps if I defeat Sin, that will be my thanks to you. That's what I'll do. Yes. I will challenge Sin. I will defeat Sin. If you are all there watching this, then I guess Sin is already gone. And so am I suppose. Anyway, I just wanted to say, Sir Orin, I thank you. Kimhari, do you remember the first day we met? I was only 7. My father had defeated Sin, and all Bavel was celebrating. Everyone was saying what a hero my father was. I was so happy. But when night came, it occurred to me. My father had defeated Sin, and now he was dead. Now I was all alone. I couldn't sleep. So I wandered into the town, away from the celebrating crowds. I stood on the bridge in Bavel, where my father and I had parted. Standing there, alone, I could see the fields where he had fought Sin. Then, you appeared, Kimhari. You said you were looking for the daughter of Braska, remember? At first, I was so scared, until I realized what a gentle person you are. You weren't used to talking to children. When I told you that I was Braska's daughter, you said you would take me as far from Bavel as you could. That it was the wish of a man facing death. I think I cried then, because that was when I knew my father was dead, and I would never see him again. You just held me, without saying a word. I cried after we got to Besaid, too. When you tried to go, after leaving me in the care of the temple, I held on to you crying, "Don't go, don't go." And you listened, Kimhari. You stayed. Kimhari, thank you. Thank you so much. And I've always liked your broken horn. Waka, Lulu. I'll never forget my days spent with you, growing up in Besaid. We always played together, us and Chapu. That's why I was always so happy, I think. And when you refused to let me become a summoner, and I did it anyway, I'm sorry. I've always wanted to apologize. You know, when you tried to stop me then, really, I was happy. I could tell you really cared about me. You were like my big brother and sister. No, I think you really were my big brother and sister. What else? I love watching you play Blitzball, Waka. I even love it when you scold me, Lulu. Really. I guess that leaves the newest guardian. Star player of the Zanarkand Abes. You are. I am. Well, I'm glad. I'm glad that we met. We haven't even known each other that long, but it's funny. So this is what it feels like. It's a much more wonderful feeling than anything I had ever imagined. Wonderful. But it hurts sometimes. I wonder. I just want to say thank you for everything. Maybe that's why it hurts. When I think about us never being together again at all, I'm afraid.
We once again see the scene that started the game, but with all the context needed to understand what is going on. Imagine for a moment what is going through every character's head right now. Waka, Lulu, and Kimhari are in fear of losing Yuna, someone they become well acquainted with, someone they consider a little sister. They know full well what befalls a summoner, and know entering Zanarkand will end her life. Titus and Yuna have fallen in love, shared a romantic night in Lake Makalania, and fear losing each other. Titus feels regret, afraid there is no way to save Yuna from her fate despite promising to find another way. Oren is filled with regret. Losing his two best friends, he knows the fate entering the city of Zanarkand will have on Yuna's life. He made a promise to both Jack and Braska he would keep both Titus and Yuna safe, a promise he is unsure he can even keep. They've also been labeled heathens by the church, betrayed by the very religion they've dedicated their lives believing in. A lot's happened on this journey, and it is that reason the opening scene in Final Fantasy X is so beautiful. This scene is no doubt one of the most impactful scenes of the game. It's led up to this moment. Our journey to acquire the final Aeon is but a walk away. But like many out there, I was robbed of the full experience this scene had to offer, because I, like so many fans of the game, was unfortunate enough not to get a chance to experience Final Fantasy X before Final Fantasy X-2 came out. It was inevitable that when the game came out, everyone knew Yuna was the main character of that game and had survived. I knew from the moment the game told me she was going to die, it wasn't true, because walking into any game store or electronics department, you always saw Final Fantasy X and Final Fantasy X-2 sitting next to each other. It was the ultimate spoiler. Perhaps this is part of the reason I don't really care if something is spoiled for me before I play, but I can only imagine the early adopters of the game, and the anguish they must have felt knowing once again Final Fantasy X was going to take away a beloved character all over again. While I am unable to convey these feelings of one would have when first playing this game before Final Fantasy X-2 came out, and thinking Yuna was going to sacrifice herself to acquire the final Aeon, I know someone who can convey these feelings. My friend, the Power-Up Mushroom. Shrooms, take it away.
When I first played Final Fantasy X, I too felt the journey's end before it even began. Just by watching a young boy put his hand on the shoulder of someone he cared about, and how he would stare off into the distance every time I booted up the game, I didn't understand why our future party seemed so hopeless. The more I played, and the more I pushed forward, the more I understood, the more hopeless I began to feel. As I progressed further into the game, I was finally beginning to understand, just like Titus, that there may be no way to save Yuna. A character we grew to cherish and love, a character we wanted to protect, and one we wanted to see succeed and live on, is on borrowed time. The end is near, and by the time we reach the road to Zanarkand, there was no turning back, and I finally understood what was at stake. This story is about Titus and Yuna, the two separated by time, two people who were never meant to be together, or even meet each other, have to say their goodbyes. And these will be their final moments they spent together. The sadness and hopelessness made me doubt all odds of saving our summoner. Real fear is not knowing what lays beyond our horizon, and with the stakes rising as we progressed, I became more attached to our characters, hoping they would rise above this curse.
Despite myself not being able to have that experience, I did for a minute begin to contemplate, how in the hell are they going to get through this? There is no way this ends without the death of Yuna. I still felt the emotional impact of this scene though. We then get that walk into Zanarkand, one of the longest walks ever in a game. No amount of preparation can prepare you for this moment. Unlike the rest of the game, the song doesn't fade out. There is no battle music. It sets a somber, sad moment, giving you no joy. You fight these battles, feel the heartbreak, and the track, composed by Nobuo Uematsu, fills your head, filling you with dread. It is both a sad song, but so beautiful, and it conveys this scene perfectly. It's hard to put into words. It's something you just have to experience. It's that moment of Final Fantasy VII all over again, that iconic death of a beloved character. Once we reach the inner city, we finally learn everything. We meet an unsent monk and battle our way through Machina unsent soldiers and monsters into the Dome of Zanarkand, where the Cloister of Trials awaits. Zanarkand is filled with death. It's a breeding ground for fireflies. We see one of the past summoner and her guardians making their way through Zanarkand. In a terrible scene, we see a crying child Seymour begging his mother not to leave him, telling him time is running out and he needs to defeat sin. I'm just going to play this scene because it's so powerful.
No! Mother, no! I don't want you to become a babe!
There is no other way. Use me and defeat sin. Only then will the people accept you.
I don't care about them! I need you, Mother! No one else!
I don't have much time left.
Hey, wasn't that...
Seymour?
We won't have to wait long though to discover what this scene is actually implying. After the Cloister Trials, Yuna learns there is no faith statue for the final Aeon, and we learn the cold, harsh truth behind the true meaning of sin.
Lady Yuna Leska.
Welcome to Zanarkand. I congratulate you, Summoner. You have completed your pilgrimage. I will now bestow you with that which you seek. The final summoning will be yours. Now, choose. You must choose the one whom I will change to become the faith of the final summoning. There must be a bond between chosen and summoner, for that is what the final summoning embodies. The bond between husband and wife, mother and child, or between friends. If that bond is strong enough, its light will conquer sin. 1,000 years ago, I chose my husband Zeon as my faith. Our bond was true, and I obtained the final Aeon. There is nothing to fear. You will soon be freed of worry and pain. For once you call forth the final Aeon, your life will end. Death is the ultimate and final liberation. Your father Braska chose this path.
It is not too late. Let us turn back. If I turn back, who will defeat Sin? Would you have some other summoner and his guardians go through this? But, my lord, there must be another way.
This is the only way we got now. Fine. Make me the faith. I've been doing some thinking. My dream is back in the other Zanarkand. I wanted to make that runt into a star Blitz player. Show him the view from the top, you know. But now I know there's no way home for me. I'm never gonna see him again. My dream's never gonna come true. So make me the faith. I'll fight Sin with you, Braska. Then maybe my life will have meaning, you know?
Don't do this, Jecht. If you live, there may be another way. We'll think of something, I know.
Believe me, I thought this through. Besides, I ain't getting any younger, so I might as well make myself useful.
Jecht?
What? You're not gonna try to stop me too?
Sorry. I mean, thank you.
Braska still has to fight Sin, Orin. Guard him well. Make sure he gets there. Well, let's go.
Lord Braska, Jecht.
What do you want now?
Sin always comes back. It comes back after the calm, every time. The cycle will continue and your deaths will mean nothing.
But there's always a chance it won't come back this time. It's worth trying.
I understand what you're saying, Orin. I'll find a way to break the cycle.
You have a plan?
Jecht?
Trust me, I'll think of something.
Not only have we been preparing Yuna to die, we now learn one of our party members must sacrifice themselves to become the final Aeon. It is at this moment you realize how truly screwed up this world is. All this just so a city could preserve their happiness. It puts everything into perspective. What happened to Jecht, why he became Sin, why the cycle of Sin repeats itself. Sin really was a never-ending cycle meant to continue forever. It was the parallels of what we do in our own wars, or should I say, the politicians who start them. We are just meant to be sacrificed for their cause, their dreams, their utopia, fighting for the cause to push their own agendas forward. It kind of reminds me of the Bible verse, or consider that it is expected for us that one man should die for the people rather than a whole nation perish not. It was the belief of the Jews that if they gave up Jesus to the Romans, it's better that he died, just one man. In many ways, this is the way the world, the spirit, treats and views the summoners. The Jesus reference of the summoners just doesn't stop there, but we'll get more into this when we analyze Final Fantasy X's critique on religion. The scene with Orin, Braska, and Jet also punches really hard. You begin to understand Orin so much more on a personal level. He watched as his two best friends sacrificed themselves to defeat Sin. And for what? To come back? Orin saw the flawed cycle, the meaningless journey, only to have the cycle continually repeat. He wanted to destroy it and end it for good. It wasn't just about avenging his friends. Orin wanted to make sure that their sacrifice meant something, that there truly was going to be an end to Sin. The game has been hinting at this idea really since the beginning. Seymour alluded to this with his plan of wanting to become Yuna's guardian. It's put into perspective Seymour's ambitions even more. Final Fantasy X cleverly eludes these moments with small but subtle little breadcrumbs scattered throughout the game. The fact alone we knew so early that Sin became Jecht and how Orin told Titus this should have been our first indicator that something was up with this process, but it's so cleverly placed we can't pick up on it until we have full context. I love this because it makes going back and replaying Final Fantasy X such a treat to catch all these little moments.
Have you chosen the one to become your faith? Who will it be?
Might I ask something first? Will sin come back even should I use the final summoning to defeat it?
Sin is eternal. Every Aeon that defeats it becomes sin in its place. And thus is sin reborn.
So that's why Jack became Sin.
Sin is an inevitable part of Spira's destiny. It is never-ending.
Never-ending? But if we atone for our crimes, sin will stop coming back, yeah? Someday it'll be gone, yeah?
Will humanity ever attain such purity?
Ugh.
This cannot be! The teachings state that we can exercise sin with complete atonement! It's been our only hope all these years!
Hope is comforting. It allows us to accept fate, however tragic it might be.
No! Where is the sense in all this? Braska believed in Yevon's teachings and died for them. Jack believed in Braska and gave his life for him.
They chose to die because they had hope.
There's a couple of key things Yunalesca says here that I feel are worth pointing out. When she talks about people having hope and inevitably looking during dark times, this hope of being able to rid the world of sin, to rid themselves of sin, and elevate themselves to higher beings, I think this is honestly just the human experience. We'd like to be able to think that we are going to be able to rise above our desires and our flaws and somehow become greater beings. But as Lulu aptly points out, in one of the few times Lulu has showed any emotion aside from the monotone voice she usually uses, it was it all for nothing. And Yunalesca makes a comment, is humanity ever really going to be able to rise to the cause where they are going to, well, in a sense, become beings that rise to that sort of perfection, right? It's really kind of poking and prodding at all these religious beliefs that one can be forgiven of what they are and achieve this godlike stature, this perfect stature that many religions try to push for. But there's more to it than that. You take a look at what has happened in Spira, the sin, the death, the corruption, the racism, the eventual use of technology to destroy each other. What she's proposing is, are we ever going to be able to move past that? And I think that's a point we have to take a look at, especially considering all the wars that humanity has caused since the dawn of time, since we've become evolved beings. It's a question that lingers every generation. Are we going to be that generation to move past that? Because we know history repeats itself, and we haven't become beings that are not capable of those desires, or capable of moving past those desires, I should say. It's just a continual, perpetual cycle that continues to go on and on and on. And I think it's just part of the human experience. No matter how hard we try, no matter how hard we strive, we are never going to be able to move past that. We get a glimpse of Auron standing up against Yunalesca and being wounded in the process. It's at this point, Auron, after Yuna says she's not going to sacrifice any of her guardians, really starts to show his plan of what he planned to do all along. He wants to use the party to fight against Yunalesca and try to find a way to break the cycle of sin for good. This scene, I remember being one of my favorite parts in Final Fantasy X, and though looking back in retrospect, it's very cheesy, very Japanese anime style, very melodramatic. It somehow still works, and I find it to be a really, really cool scene. So let's watch it.
Yevon's teachings and the final summoning give the people of Spira hope. Without hope, they would drown in their sorrow. Now choose. Who will be your faith? Who will be the one to renew Spira's hope?
No one. I would have gladly died. I live for the people of Spira, and would have gladly died for them, but no more. The final summoning is a false tradition that should be thrown away.
No, it is our only hope. Your father sacrificed himself to give that hope to the people, so they would forget sorrow.
Wrong. My father wanted to make Spiro's sorrow go away, not just covered up with lies.
Sorrow cannot be abolished. It is meaningless to try.
My father, I loved him. So I will live with my sorrow. I will live my own life. I will defeat sorrow in his place. I will stand my ground and be strong. I don't know when it will be, but someday I will conquer it. And I will do it without false hope.
Poor creature. You would throw away hope. Well, I will free you before you can drown in your sorrow. It is better for you to die in hope than to live in despair. Let me be your liberator.
Now! This is it! Now is the time to choose. Die and be free of pain, or live and fight your sorrow. Now is the time to shape your stories. Your fate is in your hands.
Yuna needs Kimhari. Kimhari protect Yuna.
Well, I'm fighting.
I can't believe we're gonna fight Lady Yunalesca. Give me a break.
You can always run.
I'd never forgive myself. No way. Not if I ran away now. Even in death, yeah?
My thoughts exactly.
Yuna! This is our story. Now let's see this thing through together.
Something else I was able to finally put together in this playthrough was how Seymour and Yunalesca were able to change into giant monsters. Both Yunalesca and Seymour seem to have a unique ability where they can create these grotesque zombie-like monsters. Up until this playthrough, I never really understood why this was. How was it that these two harnessed such an ability that was really just meant to be a way to make a cool boss fight? Yeah, it was, but that doesn't mean there's not an in-game explanation for it. It never really occurred to me until this playthrough, but the reason both Seymour and Yunalesca can do this is because they both are unsent and summoners. Remember, Yevon creates Sin each time by possessing the final Aeon and summoning Sin into existence. This is how the summons are created, by using Pyreflies to create a version of the Face Dream. Much like Yevon is able to summon and manipulate the Pyreflies around him to create Sin, I believe so too can Seymour and Yunalesca alter their appearance, because they too are nothing more but a collection of Pyreflies. If anything, I think this explains Seymour's ambitions even more, as I think he really thought he would be able to retain his full self as Sin in his journey to destroy all of Spira.
We must talk.
What?
There's something you should know.
I know. It's about you, right?
I am also an unsent. You are not surprised.
I think I kinda knew. It was Yunalesca, wasn't it?
When Braska and Jekt died defeating Sin, I just couldn't accept it. I came back here, tried to avenge them. But she struck me down. Somehow I made my way, crawling down Mount Gagazet. But my strength left me, just outside Bavel. That's where Kimhari found me. I told him about Yuna, just before I died. I've been wandering ever since, never going to the far plane.
Auron.
Don't make that face. Being dead has its advantages. I was able to ride Sin and go to your Zanarkand.
And you've been watching over me since then, haven't you? Why? What's the big idea? Why me?
It is one of those things that is difficult to explain. Very well, I will show you. My memories.
Can I ask you one last favor? Nah, never mind.
Out with it.
Okay, listen good. Take care of my son. My son in Zanarkand. He's such a crybaby. He needs someone there to hold his hand, see? Take care of him, will you?
But how am I supposed to go to Zanarkand?
Hey, you said it yourself. There must be a way to get there, right? You'll find it.
All right. I will. I give you my word. I'll take care of your son. I'll guard him with my life.
Thanks, Auron. You were always such a stiff, but that's what I liked about you.
That is why.
Something of note here that really did become clear. Jekt really did love Tidus, and he had a hard time expressing it though. He admitted he wanted to make Tidus the best blitzball player and follow in his footsteps. It's hard to talk about Jekt because it's too easy to just throw around the term verbally abusive or toxic. But there's so much more to the psyche of Jekt than meets the eye. It doesn't excuse everything he did, but we can talk more about this personality trait later. Auron also reveals to Tidus he is an unsent. The attack on him by Yunalesca left him mortally wounded and eventually claimed his life. What is more interesting is how Final Fantasy X alludes to this, much like they did with the summoners dying after the defeat of Sin, and the final Aeon becoming Sin. The foreshadowing of Auron being an unsent was also there all along. The fireflies surrounding him when Jiska was being sent and how he appeared weak. How Auron said he didn't belong on the far plains. Seymour even asked him, "What are you still doing here?" and apologizes, saying the Guado have a keen scent for the scent of the far plain. Even Rin makes a comment that he was surprised Auron survived his wounds and was gone the next morning. But again, like Yuna's death, you may have not picked up on it, if at all, until Auron tells Tidus in the ruins of Zanarkand. After we make our way out of Zanarkand, we see Sin peacefully staring at Tidus and walking away, and the Fahrenheit picks us up. With Yunalesca now dead and no final Aeon, we need to figure out a way to beat Sin. Auron surmises that we can do this by using Tidus, since he has a direct link with Sin. Since Jekt is his father, this may be the connection that they need to be able to finally defeat Sin for good. Riku also comes up with the idea of blasting the Hymn of the Faith to calm Sin, since they know Sir Jekt likes the hymn. They plan to get Spirit to sing along, but before they decide to execute this, Tidus and Yuna decide to make one last visit to Micah.
Why are you here? You must go and defeat Sin quickly. You have obtained the final Aeon from Yunalesca, have you not?
Well, we did meet her.
We fought and defeated her.
What?
Summoners and Guardians will be sacrificed for the final summoning no more.
You have profaned and subverted a 1,000-year-old tradition. Fools! Infants! Do you realize what you've done? You've taken away the only means of calming Sin.
Hey, maybe that's not the only way. We think we've got another.
Why? Preposterous! There is no other way!
The Grand Maester running away?
Spira has lost its only hope. Destruction is inevitable. Yevon's spiral of death will consume us all. I have no desire to watch Spira die.
It won't die.
Who is this Yevon guy?
Lady Yunalesca also mentioned him.
Wait, Gramps! Who's Yevon?
He who crafts the souls of the dead into unholy armor. An armor called Sin. Clad in it, Yevon is invincible. And the only thing that could have pierced that armor, you have destroyed. Nothing can stop it now.
Disappear on us, will you? Rotten son of a trooper!
I don't think Micah was all bad. He didn't want to see the Spira die, and he truly believed the cycle of Sin coming back over and over was the only way to quell Sin for good. In a way, Micah was born and believed in the false lies of Yevon just as much as everyone else did. He truly believed without the final Aeon and the cycle of Sin dying and being reborn, that this would be the end of the world. He was just another victim of the scheme created by Yevon and the summoners of Zanarkand to preserve Dream Zanarkand, their ultimate paradise. In a way, it's ironic. It was Bavel that initially attacked Zanarkand to bring their gods, their culture, their ways of life, and force their own beliefs upon Zanarkand. But in the end, it was Zanarkand that forced Bavel to their belief in a false deity and crushed them at their technological height. Titus and Yuna talk to the faith of Bahamut, and he tells them of his plan to defeat Sin.
Hello.
I must thank you for the Aeon.
So what's up?
So, have you found a way to truly defeat Sin?
Well... We think the Hymn of the Faith might slow Sin down.
Perhaps.
You mean it won't work?
A very long time has passed since your father became Sin. He may not be able to hear the hymn anymore.
I know it's a long shot, but we gotta try it if there's a chance.
Yes, you must. I'm glad you're doing this. You have a good spirit, truly.
I'm not just a dream, right?
A dream?
It's a long story.
If it works, what'll you do then? You need more than the hymn.
Well... We fight Yevon.
Yes. If you defeat Yevon, it will end. Tell me, what do you know about Yevon?
He's what makes Sin come back.
Sin is his armor. It protects him.
Yevon was once a summoner long ago. He was peerless. Yet now he lives for one purpose, only to summon. He is neither good nor evil. He is awake, yet he dreams. But maybe not forever.
Yeah, that's right. Because we're ending it.
Yes. Even if you defeat Sin with the final summoning, you Yevon will live. You Yevon will join with the final Aeon. He will transform it into a new Sin.
You Yevon merges with the Aeon.
Then, protected by this new Sin he has created, you Yevon continues the summoning.
For eternity. Huh?
But you know there is no such thing as eternity if you end it, is there?
Uh-huh.
You Yevon lives inside Sin. Yuna, listen. When you fight you Yevon, we will help you. Promise me you'll summon us. I'm afraid your swords and magic won't be enough. Please call us. Promise?
Yes.
But you know, when it is all over, we will wake and our dream will end. Our dream will vanish.
Yeah. You've been dreaming a long time, haven't you?
I'm sorry.
I'm grateful.
Titus and Yuna talk to the Faith of Bahamut and tell him their plan to defeat Sin. Turns out, the Faith want to end the cycle just as much as they do. They're tired of Sin coming back too. They just want to sleep, to stop dreaming, and finally be able to die and move on. I think this hits hard. In a way, Final Fantasy X challenges this idea of immortality, and if one could truly be happy, living forever. It challenges the very thought of an afterlife, a heaven, a paradise. It just doesn't pose the question of whether or not you could live forever, but would it be a fulfilling life? It outright says even a never-ending paradise, eventually you'd grow tired of it. It poses a question: if we simply cannot live forever, we cannot take the material things with us, what purpose do we have to continually live? Before we make our way to the final confrontation with Sin, we've got some more side quests to finish up. Landing the coordinates in a specific spot, we can find Bosch Temple. This place should seem really familiar, and it seems like so long ago we visited it, clear back at the beginning of the game. Inside are 6 orbs resembling the 6 Cloister of Trials. If you obtain the 6 destruction spheres, you can receive Anima, Seymour's Aeon. In a quick scene, we learn Seymour and his mother were exiled by his father because Yevon wasn't accepting of Guado.
You are Maester Seymour's mother.
So you know, yet still you seek my aid. My son, do you not hate him? It is all right. He is the one who sowed the seeds of hatred. He is to blame. But I am at fault for letting him become what he was. He was always alone, half Guado, half man. I wanted to give him the strength to live by himself. And so I became a faith. But because I let him taste power, he began to thirst for more. He was not satisfied with my Aeon. He wanted more power.
And he found Sin.
Yes. Come, Summoner. I will bestow you with my power. The Dark Aeon, Anima. Destroy Sin, and my son's obsession with it.
Throughout the entire time I was planning this retrospective, I was trying really hard to find any sort of symbolism that Anima might be hinting at. For those of you who are unfamiliar with what Anima represents, Anima is the term used by Carl Jung to show the feminine aspects of the male psyche, where animus is meant to show the male part of the female psyche. So these two words are interchangeable. Now, Final Fantasy X doesn't have a whole lot of Carl Jung references, maybe outside of the collective unconscious, and how like these myths and summoners summon the aeons and they all take the same form. Like they are all ingrained into the collective unconscious of the way that the summons look. There's also the Gnostic aspects that could be taken into account when talking about it. However, when it comes to what anima represents, I think anima just more or less is meant to represent the female part of Seymour's psyche and nothing more. There is this idea of an Oedipus complex that Seymour might have in a not sexual way, but more or less he has a desire for his mother, and it could be how he interprets that desire or that motherly characteristic that deep down Seymour probably has that caring nature for people, much like a motherly figure would, that anima represents itself. Other than that, I really don't know. I'm going to leave this open to you guys and let you talk down in the comments. Those of you who are familiar with Jung and Jungian psychology, those of you who are more familiar with the deep philosophical meanings behind Final Fantasy X, and let me know what you think of what anima is. It's finally time to fight Sin. Everything according to plan, they get all the spirit to sing the hymn of the faith to calm Sin. In an intense fight, both the party and the Fahrenheit are able to blow a mortal wound into Sin, opening a portal inside. The party makes their way in, discovering an entire world inside of Sin. But before we can make our way to Jecht, we have some unfinished business. Seymour appears, laying out his plan to control Sin and become one with Sin. Let's just play the scene and let Seymour explain his true ambitions.
I am part of Sin. I am one with Sin forever. Immortal.
Sin just absorbed you.
I will learn to control it from within. I have all the time in the world.
Since you were gracious enough to dispose of Yunalesca, the only means of destroying Sin is forever gone. Now nothing can stop us.
Well, we can.
By all means, try. You should thank me. Your death means your father's life.
After a very long fight, the party is able to finally beat him, and Yuna is able to send Seymour once and for all.
So, it is you, after all, who will send me. But even after I am gone, Spira's sorrow will prevail.
We've got one last area to go, and it's the showdown with Jecht. Let's let the scene play entirety, because I think it's important we set up the ending and watch this beautiful game unfold.
You're late, Auron.
I know.
Hey.
Huh?
You got tall, but you're all bones. You eating right, boy? You've really grown.
Yeah, but you're still bigger.
Well, I am Sin, you know.
That's not funny.
Well, then, I mean, you know. Let's end this.
Dad?
Yeah.
I hate you.
I know. You know what you have to do.
Yeah.
I can't hear the hymn so well anymore. Pretty soon I'm gonna be Sin, completely. I'm glad you're here now. One thing though, when it starts, I won't be myself anymore. I won't be able to hold myself back. I'm sorry.
That's enough! Let's finish this, okay?
You're right. Well then, let's go.
This'll be quick! Hit me with all you got, Dad!
I like this scene. Not only does it show the broken relationship of Titus and Jack, it shows how much they loved each other. Titus did care for his father despite the verbal abuse thrown at him. Titus knows full well what is going to happen at this point. He knows he has to fight and kill his father. It's a powerful scene. We can get into analyzing their relationship more later, but it's nice to see a heartfelt exchange between the two since the game has been leading up to the events since the very beginning. What I think makes this even more powerful is going all the way back to the beginning of the game. The game starts by Jecht powering over Titus and what you can see as a sign standing on top of a building, a giant tower. The symbolism is great here. Titus for so long has wanted to prove himself to his father, prove he is worth something, that he can be on the same level as his father. Against all odds, his father still towering against him, being Braska's final Aeon, the final boss, the final Aeon. Titus is able to beat his father, bring his father down to his level, and prove that he is now an equal with his father. After Jecht's defeat, Yevon the Immortal appears.
You'll cry. You're gonna cry. You always cry. See? You're crying.
I hate you, Dad.
Save it for later.
Right. We've got a job to do, don't we?
Good. That's right. You are my son, after all.
You know, for the first time, I'm glad to have you as my father.
Sir Jack, I should...
No! Yuna! There's no time!
You stay away!
Yuna, you know what to do. The Aeons!
We Aeons.
Call them!
Call us!
Yuna must now defeat every single one of her Aeons. It's time to fight Yevon himself. Titus drops the bombshell and tells the party this will be the last time they fight together.
Everyone, this is the last time we fight together. Okay?
Huh?
What I'm trying to say is, after we beat you, Yevon, I'll disappear.
What are you talking about?
I'm saying goodbye.
Not now.
I know it's selfish, but this is my story.
Though you can't die, the fight can be troublesome for an under-leveled party. But using Reflect, we're able to overcome him. Or you could just use Zombie and attack him, but I didn't, making the fight way more harder than what it needed to be. After the defeat of Yevon, the Dream of the Faith can finally end. Titus's story comes to a close. Yuna begins to send all the souls caught in sin, stopping for a moment as Orin walks forward. I'm gonna let this scene play out as well because I think it's beautiful.
It's been long enough. This is your world now.
With his goals finally accomplished and his revenge for his friends complete, he's finally ready to move on. With the Dream of the Faith finally ending, Dream Zanarkand can no longer exist, which means Titus can no longer exist. He starts to fade out of existence. This scene was initially going to play out in its entirety, but since we got a copyright claim, I'm not going to risk that chance. So we're just going to let the video play without any music, without any voice acting, because there's not a way that I can clip out just the music. Unfortunately, that's the way that it is. And I apologize, but let's just go ahead and finish out this ending and then we can talk. This scene hits hard. Titus becomes the savior of Spira. He died to rid the world of sin and disappears. This is one of the hardest yet most beautiful endings to watch. Knowing Titus and Yuna will never be together, but Titus has given Yuna and the other party members hope and freedom. It's up to them to decide how they want to live their lives now. Look, I know Titus and Yuna end up together at the end of Final Fantasy X too, and that is the canonical ending and the way that the ending was supposed to be. But I'll be honest, I hate the ending to Final Fantasy X too because I feel like it undermines the entire ending, the entire sacrifice Titus gave at the end of Final Fantasy X. Let's just, for the sake of this retrospective, think just for a little bit that Titus and Yuna really are not going to be together. That Titus left behind his friends to ensure their future, the life of Spira, their life in Spira, would have meaning beyond the destructive capabilities of sin. Yuna gives a final speech saying sin is defeated for good.
Everyone has lost something precious. Everyone here has lost homes, dreams, and friends. Everybody, now, sin is finally dead. Now, Spira is ours again. Working together. Now we can make new homes for ourselves. And new dreams. Although I know the journey will be hard, we have lots of time. Together, we will rebuild Spira. The road is ahead of us, so let's start out today. Just one more thing. The people and the friends that we have lost, no dreams that have faded. Never forget them.
But let's not forget those who have died to make this future a reality. I believe wholeheartedly this is one of the best endings in all of Final Fantasy. It's so powerful, so great. Against all odds, they defied fate, beat sin, but it came with a sacrifice. Something modern Final Fantasy games can't quite seem to grasp their fingers around. We'll talk about 10-2 another day and how I think that game does this ending a disservice, but for now, let's leave it at that. We've got some deeper themes to analyze and close up this retrospective. Summarizing Final Fantasy X story took a lot longer than I thought it was going to, but I feel it's necessary in order for us to really dive deep into Final Fantasy X's themes and explore what it's trying to say. With that said, let's not waste any more time and get started. In order to fully understand what is going on in Final Fantasy X, we first have to talk about some of the religious references and real-world religions it's pulled from in order to fully critique and analyze Final Fantasy X's message on religion. Like Final Fantasy Tactics, Final Fantasy X uses Christian themes to build its world and story, among other religions such as Islam, Shintoism, and Buddhism. Let's talk a little bit about how it uses these references. First, the clothing and the hierarchy of Final Fantasy X's religion are borrowed heavily from that of the Catholic Church. It is clear they were looking towards the Catholic leadership when designing Yevon as a religion. Grand Maester Micah and the other maesters of Yevon were designed after the Pope and the Cardinals, even the reference right down to the Crusaders, which was pulled straight from history with the Knights Templar and the many missions they had gone on during the Middle Ages, was used as the reference for the Crusaders founded by the warrior Mihen. The idea of the pilgrimage comes from Islam. The summoner's journey loosely follows the idea of the Hajj in Islam. During the Hajj, they travel to various different holy places across the motherland of Islam before finally making their way to the main temple. The idea of the nature in temples come from Shintoism, and the monks at each temple are based on Buddhism. I think it's important to point out that it's not just one faith that Final Fantasy X borrows from, but it borrows from all major religions, playing a key role into building Final Fantasy X's world. Gnosticism also plays a huge role in Final Fantasy X's story, and it's more the Gnostic text Final Fantasy X pulls from when it builds its foundation of its story. For those of you who are unfamiliar with Gnosticism, I'll explain a little bit here. Gnosticism wasn't so much a religion as much as it was a movement. There were many books uncovered that were not considered part of the biblical canon, such as the Book of Enoch, the Apocryphon of John, and the Gospel of Judah, just to name a few. Many of them who studied these esoteric texts were considered heretics by the Catholic Church. I'll only be covering the parts of Gnosticism that fit into the lore of Final Fantasy X, as it is essential in allowing us to fully analyze Final Fantasy X's take on religion. It was believed the reason the Catholic Church hid these books from biblical canon was to sway the faith of the Christians into believing the Catholic teachings. Other common Gnostic teachings presented in Final Fantasy X is the concept of the Demiurge. The Gnostic heaven known as the Pleroma and the term Aeon are also pulled from the Gnostic texts. Max Derrett has a wonderful video exploring this. He goes into detail what the Pleroma is, but in essence it is where the true God exists. Final Fantasy X's critique on organized religion is apparent throughout the game. There is no sugarcoating this, as Final Fantasy X makes a strong case of religion being nothing more than a man-made concept. That said, like anything I say in this retrospective, it isn't necessarily reflective of my own beliefs, but is an analysis of the story the developers wished to tell. I, like many of you watching this video, have my own religious beliefs that I follow, and I hope we can all approach this with an open mind and keep it civil down in the comment section. Much like the Church of Yevon hid crucial information from its followers, it's alluding to these forbidden texts the Catholic Church covered up. I think it's also safe to assume the Al Bhed weren't alluding to any sort of religion per se, but was simply meant to be those who opposed the teachings of Yevon or didn't agree with everything the teachings of Yevon thought, hence their reliance on technology forbidden by the Church and not seeing it as evil as the followers of Yevon did. In very similar ways, the Al Bhed were like those who read the Gnostic texts and were labeled as heretics. They wanted to see the truth. There were lies being spread by the Church that weren't 100% accurate. Sure, there are elements of racism shown throughout with Al Bhed, particularly some of the comments Waka makes, and the Church of Yevon definitely leaned into it. But it was more exploring the cultural differences of religion and how a certain narrative can persuade people to believe a certain group is evil or extreme when they are clearly not. Just ask yourself how much blood has been spilled across the world over history in the name of religion. Think back to how we perceived the Muslim religion after the attack of the Twin Towers in 2001. The media would have had you believe every single one of them were evil suicide bombers waiting for their chance to strike. But you asked a soldier at the time, and most would tell you that that was not the Islamic followers they saw. Most Muslims did not agree with the extremist groups behind those attacks and only wanted peace. And that is the truth. There are a lot of peace-loving, really good Muslims out there, and I've had an opportunity to get to know them. And they are some of the most amazing people I have ever met. And it's sad that there's really a small group inside of their group that have given them such a bad name, because they don't deserve it. This is important for any religion. You have extremists. There are often those who give the whole group of people a bad name, but it's not necessarily reflective of the whole group of people. And that is the crucial takeaway I think Final Fantasy X was trying to say with the Al Bhed. Were there bad Al Bhed? Yes. Were there bad followers of Yevon? Yes. But you just had two people who saw very different ways that were being deceived by those in power. The concept of Yevon is pulled straight out of Gnostic texts, as Yevon is a clear allusion to the demiurge, a fake god. In Gnostic texts, the demiurge is a false god that created the beings of the material world and imprisoned them inside of it. In Gnostic texts, the demiurge is a false god that created the beings of the material world and imprisoned humankind inside of it. The demiurge goes by many names such as Yaldabaoth, and yes, the demiurge in the Gnostic text is the same god in Judeo-Christian beliefs, Yahweh himself. Final Fantasy X uses the concept of the demiurge in a couple of unique ways. Both Dream Zanarkand and Spira are prisoners of this false god, but it is the citizens of Dream Zanarkand that I feel exhibit this idea most. Once again, it got me thinking of an idea of a simulation and talk of a virtual world. The Faith sleep on the peak of Mount Gagazet, summoning Dream Zanarkand. The citizens of Dream Zanarkand are completely oblivious to what is going on outside of the city, while the Faith dream away. Dream Zanarkand is completely separate from Spira, meaning it's just the city of Dream Zanarkand that exists. This is meant to serve as a paradise, an eternal afterlife, if you will, for the Faith that dream. The inhabitants are oblivious to the world that exists outside of Dream Zanarkand, as are the residents of Spira, unaware of Dream Zanarkand's existence. Final Fantasy X explores the concepts of living forever head-on. In what I believe to be a challenge of the afterlife, it tackles head-on what it would be like to live forever, and eventually that life losing purpose. What if it was possible to upload our subconscious to a supercomputer, or sleep in a pod and become part of a created dream world, a simulation? Would one start to get tired of it? As much as I would love living life and being around those I care for, I certainly wouldn't want to live forever, at least not in my mortal body. I think life would eventually lose all meaning. Final Fantasy X proposes the same idea for an afterlife. Do I agree with it? Well, of course not. I believe we are looking at the idea of an afterlife from a mortal perspective instead of a spiritual one. But I do believe the developers were onto something when questioning this idea of there being a paradise and what it would mean to live constantly in a perfect world. The thought of living forever seems unfulfilling, and it seems this was what Final Fantasy X was going for. The Faith simply got tired of dreaming, which is why they wanted to defeat sin and bring Dream Zanarkand to an end. Like so many of us, they were afraid to die and move on, had connections to this world they didn't want to leave behind. The Faith grew tired of this and longed to just sleep, fade away, and not exist. The Faith seemed to realize this. Eventually, your life loses meaning. Your life becomes unfulfilled because humans need to constantly strive to achieve something. And what happens when you have nothing left to achieve? It's these concepts Final Fantasy X tries to explore head-on when challenging the idea of an afterlife or returning to live with a god. I really think among those who have wealth and power, there is this idea of wanting to live past their prime. They spent their lives making a legacy, building wealth, and contributing to the world. I think they fear the idea of dying and losing it all. In a way, they are really not any different than Yu Yevon himself. It was Yu Yevon, the leader of Zanarkand, that devised a plan to use the remaining few citizens of Zanarkand and use them as Faith to summon a replica of Zanarkand into existence. This alludes to the similarities of our world with the rise of social media, VR, and what will soon no doubt become a real thing, Meta, a virtual reality world. At its core, Final Fantasy X makes a strong argument against living forever. It begins to beg the question, at what end would we go to keep ourselves alive forever? Is it even viable to do so? There is a natural balance to our world, one in which we must live accordance with. Zanarkand, like many great empires, was defeated by technology stronger and superior to what they had. Their way of life was gone in an instant. I'm simply saying we are not meant to live forever. There is meaning in life and one has to find it. Final Fantasy X does challenge whether or not there is a god and whether religion is something that should exist. Religion is but one of many ways people find purpose in their life, find meaning and a sense of comfort. Is there an afterlife and a way to be around those when you die? Maybe. I find comfort in thinking there is, but I've also thought heavily on the other side. What if there's nothing after we die? Just an endless void? a realm of nothingness, and we just cease to exist. I've come to terms with this too. Whatever does await us on the other side, I've come to accept it isn't anything to fear, but something we must embrace with open arms and just accept it. Death is something that will succumb us all, and I don't see any reason I should be afraid of it. And I think it's important to note not all religions are bad. I'd make a strong argument most religions are good because it does give someone that meaning and purpose in life. But it's when you take it to the extremes and you force it on people that it becomes a problem. Final Fantasy X builds its world on the concepts of a theocracy, but it also builds a world in tune with spirituality. To say Final Fantasy X is a critique on religion and religion alone isn't true. I think Final Fantasy X offers a stark warning about blindly following an idea, cause, or religion, and not questioning it. Final Fantasy X explores the ideas of a corrupt government, manipulation by those in power, and those who wish to have an authoritarian rule over others, just as much as it critiques organized religion. Let's explore how Final Fantasy X tackles ideology and the pitfalls of getting caught up into political, social, or religious movements. While Yevon may have been a church, it was the followers of Yevon blind to see the lies spread by the church. It was the fear that if they rebelled, the attacks from sin would only get worse, drawing parallels to today with what we do a lot with our own politics. We have the parties we most identify with and demonize those who are on the opposing side. Rather than trying to work together and achieve anything or find middle ground, we're often pitted against each other. We oftentimes disassociate with people because they don't have the same political beliefs, or not talk to people, or call them names. It is crazy how much we will do just to be accepted by a group of people. Much like the world of Spira was lied to by the church, so too are we lied to by the media and the same officials we elect. How often are narratives manipulated, reworded, or missing context to stir up outrage? How often do we just fall for these pitfalls and lies without actually thinking through it rationally for ourselves? It's almost as if they want us to continue fighting, not make any progress in the world, and continue to vote for the same people and put them in power. It seems like they don't care about the common folks. They don't care about our problems. They only care about what benefits them. And it's that continual push for power that they desire more than anything. Both followers of Yevon and the Al Bhed were simply living life the best way they could. They both wanted to defeat sin. The Al Bhed were not afraid to explore other avenues to destroy it, while the followers of Yevon believed Yevon would provide a way. But it was all a lie. Like good little puppets, the followers of Yevon obeyed. But it's so funny, the Al Bhed and the followers of Yevon had the same concept. But because of the stark differences and religious beliefs the followers of Yevon's had, they could never see eye to eye. And I think that's so true about society. There are so many issues and so many ideas we see eye to eye on, but we're unable to see past our own biases, beliefs, and come to the conclusion that there may be different ways, different paths, different avenues we can explore to make the world a better, much more livable place for everybody. A good cause can very much oftentimes lead to corrupted ideologies. While the concept of an all-loving God can bring peace of heart and mind to many people, it can, and history has shown, the idea of God can be used to manipulate people. It's not just something that's only exclusive to religion though, and I think it's important that any movement or idea can be corrupted to control people. As a matter of fact, Final Fantasy X-2 explores these ideas. I don't want to dive too much into Final Fantasy X here because I wanted to cover it at some point someday, but even one of the monks of the Church of Yevon founded New Yevon, seeing the benefits the teachings of Yevon brought, feeling the world was moving too fast and still needed a moral compass. He felt things should be slowly introduced over time rather than all at once, creating a balance of old and new ideas while being introduced to a new world. It's important we all work together, not against each other, to make the world a better place. I think those that take a look at Final Fantasy X and only see it as a critique on Christianity are missing the point. Final Fantasy X is a critique on all religions, and you can see that throughout much of the game's inspiration they drew from. They were even, to a point, critical of their own religious beliefs. In essence, Final Fantasy X was a game very much built on the back of Nietzschean philosophies. Not being bound by fate, but Final Fantasy X is unique in a way that it shows defying fate isn't void of consequences, a beautifully conveyed message by its ending. It's more in line with spirituality or nature than anything else. A natural energy, if you will, rather than a god. We need to return to Gnosticism to fully understand this and take a look at some of the parallels and mythology behind its ideas. Final Fantasy X intentionally used the word faith for a very specific reason. It's clearly meant to have a double meaning. The word faith is spelled F-A-Y-T-H. Fae are regarded closely with nature and life, and is another name for a fairy when it comes to Celtic mythology. This plays into the concept of Final Fantasy X's Pyreflies. As a matter of fact, the Pyreflies look very fairy-like in their appearance. Pyreflies can also manifest things into existence. It's the Pyreflies that create the illusion of Dream Zanarkand, the Faith or Dreaming, Mount Gagazet, and is what creates sin. But the word faith also has a double meaning of having faith in something. It was the faith of the person who became the Aeon that they would have the power to defeat sin. Looking into the actual name of the faith in Japan, it probably wasn't what the developers were going for. But I do think the localization team chose this on purpose. What I proposed just seems to be too much of a coincidence to be nothing more than, hey, this looks like a cool name. Something else I observed was the use of the term pyre in the word Pyreflies. Also has a very symbolical meaning. The word pyre is a Greek word for a wood or structure used to cremate a body during a funeral proceeding. The Pyreflies look like flames, or the tips of flames when sparks pop from a fire. This is used as a symbolical way of spiritual burning of sorts to guide the souls of the dead back to the far plane. It is, in a sense, burning the connection to the world and helping the dead move on. The far plane is the pleroma. The pleroma, in simple terms, is the Gnostic concept of heaven. It was said that the Aeon Sophia fell from the edge of the pleroma and created the demiurge. Thus, the demiurge created the material realm and the humans that existed inside of it. While Final Fantasy X is very critical of religion, it also explores a lot about the use of technology and the effects it has on humanity and a reverence for nature. One of the major themes Final Fantasy X touches upon is the effect technology can have on warfare. While much of Final Fantasy X's backstory came to light in a sequel, and a novel sequel, we do know that Bevelle and Zanarkand were at war with each other. It was through the use of Machina Bevelle was able to gain the upper hand on Zanarkand, laying waste to a once thriving metropolis. Zanarkand was only destroyed because they themselves could not compete with the power of the Machina brought by Bevelle. It is evident throughout many Japanese stories the impact the bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki had on how they told their stories. While I think most people can see the devastating effects of nuclear war can have, Japan experienced those firsthand, changing much of how they saw them as unnatural. Since Shintoism played such a crucial role in Japan's culture, I can just imagine how unnatural they saw these man-made weapons. In ways, sin was punishment. A punishment created by Zanarkand for Bevelle to dare try and destroy them in the first place. What is a bit ironic, though, was how Bevelle tried to force their polytheistic gods onto the likes of Zanarkand by starting a war with them in the name of religion, only to become followers to a man-made fake religion meant to do the same thing. Final Fantasy X really is a critique of everything terrible that has happened in the name of religion, but through the lens of this and our own history, we can see corrupt ideologies can lead to this. Japanese culture doesn't hide its use of nuclear warfare or nuclear power in its media. It's almost always prevalent in a lot of their media. Remember how I said Final Fantasy X was inspired by Okinawan culture? Then it should come as no surprise one of the most devastating military attacks to ever take place on Okinawa inspired the lore of Final Fantasy X. Sin very much is a giant allegory for the atomic bomb. From its blast of energy rays to the complete decimation of soldiers on Mushroom Rock, it looks and appears like a nuclear weapon. to the dead bodies spread throughout the field on Mushroom Rock. Japan has always offered a stark warning about the advancements of technology and how we can use them for bad, and how its power that's always been abused. Think of it this way. One superpower with nuclear capabilities rises and is taken out by another country. That country becomes the next country to make advancements in nuclear technology. Another thing the never-ending cycle of sin alludes to, or at least I feel, is the never-ending cycle of war. Same thing as above. One nation rises above, does the impossible, wiping out a tyrannical, warmongering government, only to become the very same later on. Sin is an allegory for the chaos and destruction mankind has caused and will continue to cause throughout the future. We may be the most advanced species in existence, but whether or not we like to admit it, we still have animalistic tendencies. It's the story of good and evil over and over again. Satan, Christ, the Jungian shadow, the teachings of Nietzsche. It's part of why human stories all fall into these specific patterns and why our stories have always made statements about the way we act in hopes our stories we pass down can make us become better people. I think in some ways Final Fantasy X is a reflection of Japan and the situation leading into World War II. I sat on this for a long time thinking about how I wanted to word this. When writing fiction, it's easy to distinguish enemy from foe, writing one governing faction evil and the other good. But the reality of war isn't that black and white. There is no good and evil, one side who is right and one side who is wrong. This makes talking about war very difficult as there's just a lot of moving parts we don't understand. Final Fantasy X actually reflects it in an honest way, better than most fiction, I think. Bavel likely reflects Japan's expansion into other Asian territories and how the Emperor wanted to expand their empire into other territories. Sin represents the atomic bomb dropped in Okinawa as a result. Zanarkand explores this very real retaliation. While Japan was at fault, the US was just as at fault, and I'd argue even more evil for dropping the atomic bomb in retaliation, especially since Japan had already surrendered. And I feel like Sin continually coming back was likely them exploring that as a possibility of how far the United States had gone and were clearly in the wrong when Japan had surrendered and said, okay, we give up, we've had enough. In some ways, like Bavel fears the consistent looming threat of Sin, so do the Japanese fear the attack of another atom bomb. And especially in a day and age where nuclear weapons are being developed all across the world. Metal Gear Solid is another perfect example of a game that explores the concept of nuclear weapons and the travesties that they can bring with war. And I think Sin just represents that constant looming threat of yet another nuclear attack. Final Fantasy X also explores the concept of original sin. For those of you who are unfamiliar with the concept, it's basically that we inherit the sins of Adam when we are born. This was why the atonement in Christ were necessary in Christianity for entering heaven. In a way, Final Fantasy X uses the original sin, or the sins of the Father, if you will, as we as humans have brought devastating weapons into the world and we now must deal with the destructive nature they bring. However, we don't have a savior to save us from this destruction, but the world will ultimately pay the price if we don't step in and do something about it. Karen Horney's theory of neurosis explored how social and cultural conditions could shape the very way our personalities and behaviors developed. She admitted that though these patterns appear later in life, there was a common pattern childhood experience began to follow. Basically, her theory predicated that our anxiety, depression, and self-esteem were all indicated by early childhood experiences that often shaped how we saw the world and others. She broke these down into 3 categories: moving towards people, moving away from people, and moving against people. Titus, Yuna, and Seymour exhibit these traits that lean towards each of these and fit them into one category. She broke down noticing these patterns by distinguishing 10 neurotic needs that each of these 3 characters would show signs of. Karen Horney proposed the idea that it was how the parents often treated their children that would correlate how these needs presented themselves. I will only be talking about the neurotic needs that fit each character, though to keep it relevant to the video, I will also note that I have no evidence any of the writers were inspired by Karen Horney per se. It's more likely these patterns popped up subconsciously and are more of a coincidence. But since this stuff fascinates me, and it shows the development of each character and the course that they take throughout the game, it's worth analyzing on a deeper level. In other words, when writing a story, it's common to pick up on archetypes and patterns, just like Final Fantasy X uses their framework of the hero's journey and Jungian archetypes. These patterns are almost ingrained into our subconscious. Our brains are programmed to recognize these patterns. This was a common theory of Carl Jung himself. You're probably asking, couldn't these traits play a role into other characters in the game? And yes, you'd be right, but it's these characters, Titus, Yuna, and Seymour, that explore the relationship with their parents most and makes them most relevant. It's also worth noting that Xenogears was clearly inspired by Karen Horney, so it wouldn't surprise me if some of the other developers were inspired by her works, much like Takahashi and Saga were inspired by them as well. First up, let's talk about Titus. Titus fits the neurotic need of moving towards people. As a child, Titus was neglected. It was a constant need to impress his father and receive approval from him, something he never could achieve. This would explain Titus' sudden outburst during Luca or his need to constantly prove himself at Blitzball. Nothing shows this more clear in light than Titus trying to perform the ultimate jet shot Mark III. Titus's personality is also the type that needs constantly to be around people. This comes from a time in the Far Plains where Titus reveals part of the reason he hated his father so much. His own mother would often ignore him whenever his father was around. It was whenever Jecht was around, Titus didn't exist to his mother. Even after his disappearance, she couldn't hold herself together. This eventually caused her to pass on and Titus to live alone, with Orin watching over him. It's also why Titus feels the need for friendship so much and why he instantly resonates with Waka over Blitzball, even though Waka clearly just wants him to win the game. It's also just another way for Titus to prove his worth to someone. I also think it's worth noting Titus was at the end finally able to prove himself to his father. Not only was he able to beat his father in the final Aeon form, he was also able to beat Yevon, something his father couldn't do. When Titus jumps off the airship and gives Jecht a 5, it's a symbol that he's proud of what Titus has become and what he's been able to achieve. I guess now's as good a time as any to explore the relationship between Titus and Jecht, because it really is complicated. Jecht really did love his son, that much we know, but he had a hard time expressing it. There are people who are like this. They don't wear their emotions on their sleeves. They keep them to themselves, and the common words of I love you isn't something that comes out of their mouth. They choose to keep the vulnerable side to themselves, or what they perceive to be their vulnerable side. Emotions are not easy for them to express. I know people like this. In the case of Jecht, he wanted Titus to succeed, wanted him to become something, make something of himself. But this analysis on my part, don't take this as confirmation from the developers, but I truly believe that Jecht's harsh words to Titus and constantly putting him down, he believed that would mold him into a strong person. Harsh criticism is something everybody needs to grow. Constructive criticism can give us feedback needed to learn and improve. There is a level, however, it becomes, for lack of a better term, toxic. Behavior like this often comes from people who are broken. They themselves were often told not to talk about emotions, keep them bottled up. There are various reasons for this, but those who typically exhibit traits such as this were raised in a very destructive household. Without saying too much, someone very close to me exhibits these traits. A dear friend. He was raised in a destructive household, something that still affects him to this day. This isn't meant to be an excuse for the behavior, only to point out that they do love their children, but lack the nurturing spirit one needs to help their children see those potentials. There's also just the thing of Jecht being a raging alcoholic. That was something that was very prevalent in Final Fantasy X as well. And there's really no excuse for him getting drunk and having those terrible, toxic outbursts towards Titus. Yuna exhibits the neurotic needs of moving away from people, but also with Yuna, we see the least neglect from her parents. At least not intentional. One who exhibits patterns of moving away from people may set up restrictions and choose to lead a very simple life. Yuna does this by selflessly giving herself up to Yevon and the life of a summoner. A summoner must follow a simple life in order to devote themselves fully to the cause of their pilgrimage. Someone who moves away from people may also strive to find a partner or relationship in which someone can run her life. This is more done by the teachings of Yevon and her relationship with her faith. Since her path is set, she finds solace in the simplicity of her path. It isn't even until she learns she must sacrifice and kill a guardian that she outright refuses. Yuna also strives for independence. While it is true she keeps her guardians close to her, she also knows during her battle with Sin her guardians will not be able to help her. This is because it will be her ability to summon the final Aeon that will defeat Sin. We see this through Yuna's decision to confront Seymour about his father's death in hopes of convincing him to turn himself in through marriage. Rather than letting her guardians in on the plan so they can talk some sense into her, it is her constant strive for independence that makes her feel inclined to do this, to prove her worth to her friends and guardians. Yuna also strives to achieve the sense of perfection on her pilgrimage. She must defeat Sin. She will defeat Sin. This is because she wants to try so hard to live in her father's footsteps, to be like him. Yuna purposely distances herself from people except for her guardians, and even then she is afraid to let them know how she truly thinks or feels. What makes it even more particularly interesting is both the desire for Titus and Yuna to live in their father's footsteps, but for very different reasons. Yuna wants to become like him, while Titus wants to prove him wrong. Seymour's nihilistic behavior makes him a complete asshole when it comes to a villain. And this is exemplified through his relationship with his parents as well. Seymour, whom I consider to be the main villain of the game, shows the clear signs of what Horney called moving against people. Like Titus, he was shown neglect by his father. It was because Seymour was rejected by both humans and Guado for being half human, half Guado. Since he was exiled to Bosch Temple with his mother, he resented his father for abandoning them and being a coward, unable to stand up to Yevon for them. Kinda like Titus resented his father and didn't feel accepted or loved by his father. Seymour begins to look down on people, though, as he wishes to control them. He sees them as nothing more than pawns for his scheme to achieve his ultimate goals. He only meant to wed Yuna and travel to Zanarkand to become the final Aeon so he could become the next Sin. It was his lust for power he strived for. Seymour also looks for opportunities to exploit others. Again, a perfect way to do this would be to use Yuna to acquire the final Aeon. We can even see this through Yuna, but even more so his manipulation of the church hierarchy. He fears the same rejection will happen once again that happened when he was a child. One detail I think that gets missed by many was the release of fiends in Kilika so he could impress Yevon and the Maesters with his Aeon. It's also through Seymour's relationship with the church hierarchy he strives recognition and the need to feel more important. Final Fantasy X really is a one-of-a-kind game. While I don't like what Kitase and the other higher-ups at Square have turned Final Fantasy into, it shows these developers were able to craft something amazing. This was a talented team of developers who were capable of creating amazing games. But like Final Fantasy X, nothing is eternal. A structural change at Square and profit over creativity has changed what Square has become. I really believe Final Fantasy X has one of the best stories in video games. Sakaguchi and his team was essential to Square's early success. They challenged each other. It was the competition between them that forged some of the greatest games ever made. It really says something about any form of media when it can move you just as much emotionally on a third playthrough as it did your first. There was a lot in its story to analyze, way more than I initially thought, but I'm glad I did because it's given me a newfound respect for a game I already highly regarded. Final Fantasy X has emotionally drained me. Analyzing Final Fantasy IX and Final Fantasy X back to back has been quite a task. It's been one I've actually quite well enjoyed though. Two development teams exploring very similar topics in very different ways. If you've made it this far into the retrospective and haven't watched my Final Fantasy IX retrospective, why not give it a watch if you haven't already? And why not subscribe and ring that bell notification so you don't miss another retrospective when it goes live? And most importantly, stay safe out there and stay happy, be happy, game happy. Spoons is checking out.